Okay. Good morning. Okay. Okay. Give me a moment. Hello. Okay. Okay. Get set up here. Okay, UE5. Namaste. And a good namaste to you. Let us continue with the gas rewrite. How do I cope with UE lack of docs? That's a great question. I think that's one we're all trying to figure out the answer to. I mean, for me, it was just getting comfortable reading the source code, which took a while. If you're just using blueprints, though, I feel like there's plenty of like resources on the internet elsewhere. So, using that, I think, is probably a good starting place. You know, like YouTube videos and stuff like that. There's a lot of like YouTube video resources for Unreal Engine, which I hate. I'd rather it be searchable documents. Okay. Welcome in though, guys. Morning. I'm gonna continue the gas rewrite, and what I was trying to do before, my method of madness, my approach on this was to still use like the gameplay ability and gameplay effect assets, but then just like replicate the life cycle in a processor outside of the ability system component. So just effectively trying to get rid of the ability system component. And I was looking into this a little bit more last night, and I realized that like I'm just going to be fighting so many different fucking things, and there's just so many things under the hood that just even underneath the gameplay ability base, like even just like under the gameplay ability, just like doing things like ending the ability. Like I realized like my abilities were not getting ended properly because they didn't have an ability system component, and like there was like an internal check that would like prevent it from getting ended if there wasn't one of those. And I'm just like, oh my god, it's like I have to work around that, you know. And then I just realized like this isn't gonna work. It's not gonna work this way. It's too tightly coupled with the ability system component. I was like, okay, do I just go for the full thing, you know? Do I just try to make the ECS ability system? I will literally have to rewrite every single ability that I have in the game. And I'm not looking forward to rewriting like the toggle auto attack. Right, that one's gonna be that one was probably the most complicated one. So I thought maybe I'll just like try to do like a shoehorn where I just like I make the ECS system, but then like I just allow it to execute arbitrary chunks of logic, you know? And I'll just create like a U object. I'll probably just reuse the gameplay ability base that I have, but I'll probably not parent it to a gameplay ability. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. But at the very least, we're not going to use any of these methods anymore. I think I'll probably just have some like activate and cancel. Like my activate ability will probably be different now, and I'll probably need to extend from that for all my abilities and stuff like that. Probably have like a cancel function too, and then those just kind of get called from the processor. And then we can like not have to worry about the gameplay ability life cycle, and instead just replicate it with whatever we feel like we need, right? Instead of having to do everything that the gameplay ability system thinks it needs, and having to fight it on that regard. So that's what I'm going to try to do, I think. I think that's the next move for me. Still going to be an absolute slog. Still going to be an absolute slog. And I guess like a lot of my functions, I should maybe just not call super here. I don't want to call these super anymore, really. And so anything that extends this, well, I mean, if I'm going to do that, I might as well. Let's just have a my activate ability. We can still use, well, actor info, I noticed another thing was that this actor info was going null at some point, like for no fucking reason. Well, I'm sure there was a reason, not one that I know of. So I think we're just gonna need to we're just gonna start needing to take a hacksaw to this whole thing. So join me for today's episode of rewriting the systems in Unreal Engine because I don't like them for one reason or another. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Let's at least get before I start like chopping stuff up, let's at least get the editor running so that I can reference it if I need to. 50 actions are building. Yikes. It's the weekend now though, guys. Happy day. Saturday. Okay, so I need to start thinking of like, yeah, so we want activate, we probably want to cancel or an end or both, you know, it can be used for both maybe. Gameplay effects, I still haven't like touched the gameplay effects side of things yet, and that's a little, oh, I was thinking through that last night though. Attribute modifier effect data, yeah, I was trying to think about how I was going to store attributes, because like, you could just have an individual piece of entity data for each, or like a component, an individual component for each attribute that you have. And I may do that for like something like health. Health seems important. Maybe the ones with specific logic on them. But for most of them, like stamina, you know, strength, intelligent, like that all seems, I wouldn't want to like create a whole ass fucking struct for that. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be a lot. And they're not going to be used very, like they're all going to be like applied from some processor. Which maybe I can just start writing that now. Like ability modifier processor. Well, I guess I would need like add and remove effect events just like abilities. And they would need to pass the like the tag checks and stuff as well. Okay, let's see the, is it going? Hello? There we go. There it is. Okay. Let's go ahead and, so I would have an ability modifier processor, or would I just have add and remove? What would the processor do that the add and remove wouldn't do? Because when you add it, then you would need to do the calculation for how the modifier applies to the attributes based on this information here. When you remove it, would you just run that backwards? That seems weird. That seems weird. I may take a peek at how the gameplay ability system does that one. I wouldn't just want to like run it backwards, you know. That seems weird. Maybe they like store how much each one has applied. Let's take a peek at the world here. 731. I think 731 is kind of cool looking seed. So this is my procedural terrain. I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain, as we can see here. Terrain will be destructible as well. And I have AI generated quests. So I spawned down in the cave. Spawned down in the cave. 129 views, you're growing. Nah, it's just the shorts algorithm just kind of pops off at the beginning. It settles down. It settles down. Have you worked on shader? Yes, my terrain is generated from compute shaders. But here's the world map. Here's the world map. And each of these are like different zones, different biomes. They have different names and stuff like that. Silverglow Sanctuary, Skyreach Citadel. What is your goal for rewriting the gas system? Came. Oh fuck. Oh god. My goal is to make it more efficient because part of my game, that's a terrible seed. That's a terrible seed. Right in the middle of the ocean. I wrote my own ECS system because I want to run the entire world. So like if you were to build a colony here in one part of the world and then you run way over to another side, I still want your colony to be running, as with any other colony that you've built, right? And any other NPC colony in the world. Why am I spawning in so many caves here? Can I not fall? Okay. Because like, yeah, if you build a colony here on this island and then you go all the way over here, like I still want things to be running. And I have things running well, but combat is my biggest bottleneck. I can get about 200 entities in combat before it drops to like 20 FPS, which is not very good. Not very good. So yeah, I need a better system, more efficient system. That's why I'm rewriting it. Can I define ECS in one line? ECS is a data-driven architecture that focuses on principles of CPU cache locality in order to very, very efficiently run thousands and thousands and thousands of entities in a world. It can be used for other things too. It's more so just about cache locality on your CPU. Taking full advantage of the L1, L2 caches instead of having to fetch things from RAM all the time, making sure that your memory is tightly compacted and contiguous, and your cache lines, you can take full advantage of the cache line. Can I get my foliage, please? Why are you not spawned? There we go. Thank you. Am I using world partition? No, that doesn't make sense for me for using with the procedural terrain. This is not the traditional terrain system built in Unreal Engine, so you can't do procedural terrain with the traditional approach. So these are all dynamic my terrain chunks. Like each pixel on this map is a terrain chunk, and each of the colors represents a different like biome here, but there's one of those pixels. So 1, 2, we got a radius of 4. Uh-oh. Oh no. Interesting. Oh yeah, I've seen this one before. Yeah, this is all gonna change eventually anyway, so I'm not gonna worry about this too much right now. I just wanted the editor open so that I could reference it if I wanted to. But yeah, I'm gonna be rewriting gas here. I started a couple days ago, I think. Started a couple days ago. And yeah, I just need to start hacking away. So let me grab the... I kind of maybe want to work backwards a little bit here, actually. Work from the other end of things. God, I have 53 files changed in this commit. It's going to be a big one. It's going to be a big one. A big one. I definitely need... Let's think about gameplay effects here. So I kind of like the idea of having each gameplay ability and each gameplay effect be an entity itself. And then you can just add different components that dictate, you know, the different logic for an ability or an effect. You know, you could have things like F slow entity data or something, right? Well, I guess it would all just be like attribute modifier data. Attribute modifier effect data, and then you would designate the move speed attribute. Yeah. How would I have multiple attribute I guess I would need to store a list of these. Actually. I guess I would want to store a list here. What are we doing here? Tuned in late? We're rewriting the gameplay ability system in Unreal Engine. Rewriting it into an ECS. into my own ECS that I've written. Thanks for the sub. Welcome in. So I definitely need an add processor and a remove processor for effects. And then I guess the add processor would handle applying the modifiers and everything. Let me pull up my notes here that I was just jotting some ideas down in. Let me see here. So yeah, then there would be like duration data, stacking data, granted tags, yeah. Granted tags, block tags, all that stuff. What do you think about Unity and UE? Which is best? There is no best tool for anything. That is, you know, there's too many variables to account there. So you just got to make the best decision for your situation. I should say there's no best tool for every situation is what I should say. So yeah, it would mostly be, and I guess even damage effect could be a modifier, an attribute modifier. You could have a damage attribute, which is what I do now in the gameplay ability system. Okay, let's I kind of wanted health to be stored as its own attribute. Maybe health and damage can be stored as their own attributes. Those are kind of like special ones. Mana maybe as well. Mana might be a special one because we need that to we needed to subtract mana. We need to subtract mana when we like cast abilities and stuff like that. So I'm thinking health, mana, any other resource as well could be their own like pieces of gameplay data that I can specifically select for instead of having to grab the entire. Yeah, this one I guess is it going to be a map? Is this going to be a T map then? Well, this is attribute mod effect data. Where's my actual like entity? Attribute entity data. Yeah, okay, so this is what I was specking out last night, yeah. So for now, I just have the attribute set on there. And I was like kind of playing around with this, seeing how I would be able to like generically, because I need to be able to generically get these gameplay attributes as well. So that I can store one on like this, because basically my effects are going to be like little recipes. My effect entities are going to be little recipes. And so I need a way to like generically tie them together to the source attribute. What does this expand to? Right, and then you have the get stamina attribute there. Would I be able to do that? I guess I would probably have to do something like this. Where I grab the reflection data. Find field checked. Get member name, stamina. Okay, yeah, so it's just getting it by name, I think. Kind of hard to tell. The indentation on this macro is a little fucking wacko. But yeah, I do need like a list of this basically. Well, no, because then I would put stamina here. I put like strength here. I put all that there. I would need a list, in this one is what I was thinking. In this one. Some list, some map of modifiers. So yeah, I guess attribute mod effect data, we would want a T map or just like a T array? Probably just like a T array actually. Make it efficient. So a T array, and then I guess we'd want a type. So we'll make our own like ustruct here for F attribute modifier. Is that already a thing? It probably, no, it's not. Okay, perfect. Perfect. I was worried that would be something or be something already named that in the engine somewhere. So we would actually want to do something like this, right? So that an effect can have any number of modifiers on it. U property, edit defaults. Yeah, edit defaults on everything. Cool. And so when we create like the little recipes for our effects, we'll we will likely be using instance structs at that point. We have this attribute modifiers. Let's make a health data. Okay, so how am I going to make a distinction between like the special ones and the not special ones? Like if I were filling out this array as a designer and I wanted to say, hey, fucking health, you know? F gameplay attribute. Yeah, what is this even going to be? I almost want like an enum. I almost want an enum. I'm feeling myself wanting an enum here for each attribute. And then in the in attribute entity data, we could have a tmap of enum to the data. Should be a bit larger. Well, no, I guess I could just, if I want to, let's see if we can do this like super dynamically, super fancy. We're gonna try the fancy way first, which will be, I guess, or we have to use the reflection data to like read the properties and whatnot. I would like, though, when I'm like in the editor trying to select, and the reason I want an enum is like when I'm in the editor, I want to be able to select from a dropdown, which maybe I need to look at. Do we have the editor open? Yeah. Okay, so let's open up like let's open up a gameplay effect here, because I want to replicate this functionality because it is quite nice. Effects, yeah, calc max health, sure. So it has modifiers. And look at all these attributes that are pre-populated here. I want that. Let's just go into the gameplay effect here. Dude, is there I guess it'd be modifiers. Oh god, of course. Of course. Modifiers, here we go. F modifier spec. Wait, is that correct? Gameplay effect modifiers. Go back. Okay. That's not the editor one. Uh-oh. Oh, that is on the gameplay effects spec. Good God, look how much they put into one file. I'm disgusted. Here we go, modifiers. I actually scrolled right to it on accident. F gameplay modifier info. Oh, that is a big struct. That is a big struct. Oh my God, look how many options they have. They have add base, oh, they have it for like different stages of the calculation. I see. That could be useful. Good God. I might copy that. For now, let's keep it simple. I just have these three. I think I only need those to replicate what I have currently, so we're gonna have to wait. Attribute. Yeah, that is the one. So how do you get like populated with how are you populated with like what data is in there? Can I just like throw that in there? Find usages. Dare I find usages here? They have a whole aggregator class. Which might be useful. Remove aggregator mod. I was hoping to see some kind of code that it populates that list with. So I don't think it would automatically do that. It's kind of a special case, right? There's got to be like a There's got to be like a post edit property or something. There's got to be some function. Where's the gameplay? Where's the U gameplay effect? Bruh. Okay, we will. There's a def. I can just use that. Okay. Get owned. There's got to be some editor function. Post init properties. Does it like look up all of the attribute sets that exist? Post load. Post CDO compile. I need something about attributes. How does it fill it out? Post edit change property. Oh, okay, there's just some global function that's overridable there. Yeah, maybe I'll just throw it in there and see if it gets populated on its own. I don't think it will though. That is interesting though. It is interesting. It's got to be somewhere. It's got to be somewhere. Modifier info. Set up attribute capture definitions. That sounds, yeah, that sounds like what I need. Wait, helper function to initialize all of the capture definitions required by the spec. No, never mind. That doesn't sound like what I want. It's all like actual gameplay stuff. Attribute modifier. Is data valid? Set up attribute. No, okay, so there was nothing there. Yeah, maybe I'll just like take a peek, see here. Let me just throw a where would I want to throw that such that it would show up in the editor, because I do want to test this real quick. Attribute mod effect data. I guess I could just create a let me make this blueprintable. Blueprint type for both of those, and then let's rebuild here. We're gonna see what happens here with the modifiers. So we should be able to add one. It's not going to be instant. Maybe I'll need to do an instance struct to test it out, I think, maybe. Although the gameplay effect one was not. Gameplay effect one was not an instance struct. Okay. Let's just go to a blueprint here. Just give me a test blueprint. Brain chunk test. Sure. Let's add a variable here. This is going to be gameplay attribute. Compile. Okay, oh, it just automatically gets populated. That's great news. Okay, I just looked through all that for nothing. I underestimated you. I underestimated you, gameplay attribute. That's wonderful, actually. Okay, so that just works. I guess the issue is now that, that probably only shows things that are created within an attribute set. So if I were to try to create like a little, let's just do like, Q object here. Test ability recipe. I'm gonna call it a recipe. That's how I think about it in my head. We're gonna create a variable for, this is going to be like attribute entity data or attribute mod effect data. So we add one and it goes in here. I only see attribute sets. Although I do see ability system component dot outgoing duration. So if I had a new, if I created a gameplay attribute here, my new attribute, does that show up? Modifiers. No, it doesn't. Oh, I have to like select one. Oh, I see. Right, that makes sense. That makes sense. So how do you like define one? Do you have to use those macros? Attribute accessors. Yeah, because like how else would this define it? Let me throw an attribute entity data on here. Which is not blueprintable, son of a bitch. Okay, rebuild. What does he actually create? It's gonna be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. Is what I'm working on. Or trying to rewrite the gameplay ability system now. Just trying to think about how I'm gonna go about it for attributes. And I guess I just need a macro redefinition. Okay. Yeah, I just need like a generic way to define and select and read from attributes. That's kind of what I'm exploring at the moment. Okay, so you need to be attribute entity data. And then you should have nothing on it because nothing is exposed to blueprints. Okay, yeah. So I mean, does that then wouldn't show up here, right? Yeah, where does this get populated at? Is it on the, it's not on the gameplay attribute data itself, is it? That's gameplay attribute, wait a second. That's gameplay attribute data. I didn't realize there were two different classes. And then there's F gameplay attribute here. Okay, set U property. Okay. Oh, it is like inherently tied. It is inherently tied to the, maybe not, maybe not. Where do you populate your own values here. Get attribute properties. There we go. This is what I was looking for the whole time. And it said what now on the docs? Filter our properties with meta tag. Returns all properties. Gather all attribute classes. So there's a class iterator. Does that just iterate over every class? Oh yeah, it has to be. It has to be an attribute set. And if not, oh, or the ability system component. Okay. I see. Do I want to do the same thing and just rewrite this? So the thing about gameplay attributes, they have a base value and a current value, which are important numbers. I would need both of those as well. For most attributes, I would need them. I mean, so does this just does this automatically iterate? Like, where does this get, like, I know this is defined here. When you create a T-object iterator, does it just grab them, get objects of class? I guess it just fucking does, okay. That's crazy. It iterates over every single class. Where is this called from? Attribute property details. Customize header. Oh man, they're doing like the slate editor code here. Oh dear. Yeah, kind of just want an enum, you know? Kind of just want to make an enum. That would be easier. That would be easier. Then I would just have a special like switch case or something for health and damage or whatever. Now, if I made every attribute its own entity data, that would actually make this a bit easier. Easier in terms of like selecting attributes generically. Not easier in terms of I'm gonna have to fucking create that data for every single attribute, which is annoying. Yeah, so I think maybe like only like move speed would be another important one. Move speed, health, mana, damage. All the other ones can just be lumped into, yeah, I mean, we can just do a T-map of enum to gameplay attribute, I suppose. Yeah, is there a better way? I mean, I don't. A lot of map lookups is not necessarily super efficient in the ECS world. But if I wasn't doing that, I guess I would have to be doing I would have to be iterating over the field properties, the reflection data, which. For a small inn might be faster, but for, you know, we don't know how big that inn's gonna get. Let's just go with the naive approach, maybe. Let's go with the naive approach. Attribute entity data. Should I just put all of the... Get rid of this. Should I just put all of the attributes in this, like the enum in here? Entity attribute. There you go. Hey, I understood the build. There we go. There we go. Lifesteal. Yeah. You were kind of close though. You got some of them. You got some of them. Health, max health, mana, max mana. Yeah, so those would need to be different values. Stamina, strength, intelligence, agility, spirit. Starting with the WoW attributes here. EXP, yeah, that's an attribute that I have as well. Let's just stick with these for now. Let's put a damage one here too. Can this be a public uint 8? Or I guess it would just be uint 8, right. Okay. Shall we get rid of attribute set? Shall we get rid of attribute set? Is it time? Of t enum as byte e entity attribute, and then I guess I can just do an f gameplay attribute, because that literally has exactly what I want and nothing else. Just call that attributes. Just call that attributes. Okay, so attribute modifier. This then becomes t enum as byte for e entity attribute. Can I forward declare that? I hope so. I don't think I can actually, but we'll try. We will try. So then we just have that T array of modifiers, and then in our add and remove, we can just look those up in the map for now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that it would make sense to have a processor running like basically on tick or anything. Let's go ahead and add our... Let's add our, like, what are we calling this? What are we calling this? Add gameplay effect processor. God, they need to fix the UI on that. I'm gonna fix your CSS there, writer. Apply gameplay effect processor. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We'll do that. Good morning. Welcome in. So let's override our process entities function here. Okay, so I don't think we want to time slice this, so we can just query with all, and then we would want any entity with an F gameplay, or what did I just call it? F attribute mod effect data for each. Yeah, so this is going to be a little wonky, because then now I need to like look up the owner and the target as well on here, the source and the target. And so I guess the entity that is the effect is going to need to also have a piece of data on it for the target, the target, as we sometimes say. Yes, I know it's nested and it's ugly, but it's what we got. So attribute mod effect data. I want F target entity data. I need to know who to apply this to. And I guess I need, like, there needs to be actually a requested thing here. If there is an entity that is an effect, it would have like its modifiers on it. It would also have, it would need like a source and a target. But then I need like I need some piece of data to say, hey, we're adding this right now. So I need like a payload struct, I think. Dude, the amount of data that we're having, it's too much. This is what add, apply, effect data. I think something like that. F apply effect data. Give me the, yeah, we need that on every piece of entity data. We need that function. And then this would just have like, this would have some def, right? Some definition for the archetype of the entity to spawn. I guess I need something to signify that, right? Maybe just F instance struct for now. Effect to apply. Yeah, we can apply effect data. Does this need to be a U property? No, because this is going to be like built by like whatever. It's probably going to be built by like whatever ability applies it or whatnot. Effect to apply. And then I guess I want a target on there too. Although that probably just needs to be on the effect itself. Because we would need that for the lifetime of the effect, so that when we remove it, we also have it. So I think maybe just effect to apply here. So we would want anything with an apply effect data. Apply effect. But that would just be what added on the caster, like the instigator entity would have that on him. And then we added, and then what? We would want optional. We would look up the attribute mod effect data on the entity effect. I was hoping that, like, I wanted to just iterate over attribute mod effect data entities, but then that would be doing it like every frame, right? And it would be nicer for this to be like event based. If it were like more event based. Then we'd want to just have like an active effects container on the target. And then I suppose, let me think about what that looks like. If we had that active gameplay effects on the like target or something, we just apply the attributes when it gets applied, and then something like, I guess we'd also apply like owned gameplay tags or whatever. Owned gameplay tags. There may need to be a gameplay tag processor. Like add, yeah, there would need to be a processor for adding. I guess there's kind of like a processor for adding and removing each thing. Activating an ability, canceling an ability, applying an effect, removing an effect, adding a gameplay tag, removing a gameplay tag. Although I'm not sure what would happen on remove gameplay tag. Are there any events that would happen there? I guess you could have an effect that's like nullified by, or like just like, you could have a gameplay effect that's like nullified by a tag but doesn't actually get removed, and you'd want to turn that one back on. So that there could be a case there. I don't think I do that with anything at the moment. So it's really just like when a tag gets added, I would need to run through each ability and each effect on the entity it's added to, and check if we need to cancel any of them or remove any of them. Apply effect data. Yeah, so I think we just do this. And I think this is just going to be on the entity that we are applying it to. Like, this is the target entity. Yeah. So that whatever. Yeah, yeah. I think that makes sense. Target entity. Apply effect data. And then I guess I need some data to hold on to the active. We need some data to hold on to the active effects. Active effects. Active effect data. Effects data. I like effects, plural. I like the plural better. And then this would be kind of similar to my active abilities data. I'm just going to copy that. Active. Well, that was activate. Active effects, which is a T array of T object pointer U. My gameplay effect base, I guess. Am I still using the... I think I still probably am going to use that as the base class for the effect, I guess. Do effects are just data though, so I don't know if I actually want to keep the effect around, because this is not going to be very cache locality. I guess I still need that. I just used instance struct over here, so maybe I need to create a def, some sort of definition for an effect. It's kind of difficult to switch your brain from thinking in OOP to like an inheritance to composition, right? Because an ECS is supposed to be composition over inheritance, but sometimes that means there's like tons of pieces of data, and that's what it's kind of turning out to be. It's kind of what it's turning out to be right now. But like an effect is just a collection of entity datas. Use variable name as camel case. Yeah, so Unreal Engine is Pascal case by convention. But thank you. Thank you for that demand. I would prefer camel case, I would, believe me. But that is not the convention of the engine. Here's the source code. Here's some source code right here. It is all Pascal case as well. If I'm storing active effects on the entity that they're on, it kind of defeats the purpose of making an effect as an entity. And then how would I iterate over? How would I iterate over effects with like cooldown or periodic timers on them or something? Timers on them. That's why I wanted them to be entities, because then I could write a processor to tick the timers down on them. I guess I maybe do want to spawn them. I guess I kind of do want to spawn them as entities. Have you tried entity component system paradigm? Are you memeing on me? That's literally what I'm doing right now. I'm literally sitting here talking about entities. I've said entity like every single sentence. Yes, I made my own. I made my own ECS. And that's why I'm trying to rewrite the gameplay ability system into an ECS. Yes, I am a game developer. I am trying to make a game, yes. It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. I'm working on an ECS gameplay ability system now. C+++. Oh, C+++. So yeah, when I do the apply effect data, do I spawn the entity there and then I can iterate over just the effect entities? But if I'm spawning the effect as an entity, if I want to remove, or would there ever be a case where I would need to look up all of the effects on an entity? If so, then this pattern is much better. This pattern is much better. Do we get to play the game? Maybe in like 20, 25 years. Never seen a stream like this. This is unbelievable cool, man. Well, thank you. Can I show you my procedural terrain? I think it's pretty cool too. Both 736. Oh, bad. That was a terrible, terrible display. Hang on. Act like you didn't see that. Act like you didn't see that. There we go. There's some procedural terrain. So yeah, this is the world my game will take place in. Just one seed, one random seed out of infinite number of them. And then here's the procedural world map. Use AI, bro. I can't. It doesn't work. It doesn't work for me. It's not good enough. Is it possible to make a game, a 2D RPG game? You know, Paper Mario. Yeah, that can of gameplay. Except with the feature to move the camera view. Yeah, I mean, anything's possible. What, is there something that you're stuck on with that? Because I mean, like, yeah, any kind of game's possible. What is happening here? Oh yeah, I need to turn off spawning. I need to turn off spawning. It's gonna keep happening. But anyways, let's think about whether or not I want... Let's think about whether or not I want to store the entity effects, or the effects as entities, or just as members on the entity. Oh, shit. Well, oh yeah, the attribute set. Okay, yeah. So sorry, that was all you get to see of the game. It's not compiling now anymore. We need to get some work done. But if I wanted to ever do some iteration over active entities, which, like, would I? Would I ever need to iterate over active effects? Or not, I said active entities, active effects. I guess if I were to, like, apply an effect, I would need to know if there is already one on that entity. And I would need to understand how to stack them, right? Hope to play this game someday. Thank you for the tip, my dude. I appreciate that. I hope you can play this someday as well. I will keep working. And we'll try to get there. I appreciate that, man. How do you test code in game dev? Like, do you need to play the game every time a change is made? I mean, that's what I do. Yeah. But you can also you can write unit tests and stuff as well. If you implement a dot, would you not? Like a poison. Yeah, we can think about like a dot scenario, right? Like if I wanted to like reapply the same effect on something. But yeah, like a dot would have like a piece of entity data for like a periodic. It would have like an F period entity or effect data or something on it that defines the period that it ticks at. And then it would potentially do something on that period, you know? It is kind of difficult to like work this in. This is your first time creating a game. This is my first game, but I've been working on it for 3 years, so it's not like I'm no stranger to game dev at this point. Yeah, and I'm just trying to think about like the capabilities that I have in my combat already, and then how they would look in an ECS system. I guess storing it this way is like it's easier to do the like if it's applied already on this target, you know, like reapply it or something like that. Because like if they were just, I mean, maybe I can still spawn them as entities. Maybe I can just do both. BOFA. And if I were to do both, where's my active effects data? Right now, this is a U gameplay effect base, which we're going to change. Would this just be an entity, and then I'd have to look up the data on that entity? Perhaps. That might be a good way to do it. Or to clear that. Because then I would just need to do ad hoc lookups on here for like what kind of effect it is, and if I wanted to check if there was one already applied. I guess I would need like a table or so. I would need some identifier for an effect, right? There would need to be some ID in some way. So maybe there would be something like F effect data, F effect data, active, I'll say active effect data maybe, I don't know. Active effect data, which would be something like we would have like some sort of maybe an int effect ID. Well, I guess the ID is just an entity, right? Well, no, because there could be individual spawns for it. Isn't the index the ID in this case? No, because I need to like create a composition that effectively acts as a class. So I would need like some sort of effect ID that this would be put in like probably put this in like a data table or something, honestly. And then we would have the F entity, the entity that it is represented by. And then that way I check for, hey, is this type of effect? This is really like an effect type, is what it's saying. Do I have any effects of this type applied already? Does it have stackable? Does it have stacking effect data? If not, then we will like reset it on application. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of different datas here. A lot of different datas. Do I want to do this right now? Or do I want to figure out some like intermediary solution? I can no longer apply gameplay effects. I can no longer apply gameplay effects. So even if I had a gameplay effect, What would I be using that for? Just storing data, I guess. It would be nice to have effects as U objects so that I could create like inherited gameplay effects. But I guess I would need to use instance structs. Can you use inheritance with instance structs? Otherwise, this is going to be a pain in the ass to create these effects. So I'm going to have to like start from scratch on every single one, right? If I have like a fire dot and a shadow dot, you know, like I have to completely remake each one. Active effect data, yeah. And so this would need to go on. I need like a data table row for an effect, basically. You working on attack effects? Just any effect. Any effect, yeah. Just gameplay effects. I'm trying to rewrite the gameplay ability system, which is a built-in Unreal Engine framework. So I kind of want to put it in an archetype. But I thought that this archetype would have better inheritance on it. And it doesn't seem to work the way I wanted it to. So, man, there's so many decisions to make here. So for I would want a struct for the gameplay gameplay effect row handle. Is that what they are? F table row base. Is that what it is? Oh dear. Yeah, that's what it is. We'll call it row data. And so this, I would need like an ID on it, right? God, I don't want to have to like increment that every time manually. I guess it's the row name that's the ID, right? So I would have to name each one. This has like a row name, right? Isn't there? There's definitely like a row name thing on here. F instance struct, and this is like effect F. Which is just, I guess it's really an array of instance struct. It would be nice if I could use some inheritance on the data, so I could like type def this. I just stream and work, yeah. I'd like to make some videos, but editing videos is kind of fucking hard. It's kind of a pain. Takes a lot of time. And what I want to do is work on the game, you know, so it's kind of hard to want to do that sometimes. So yeah, it's an array of all of the effect datas. And I'm wondering if I should just create like a base effect data type struct. So that way I can do like a T instance struct here just to make it easier in editor. T instance struct will be like F effect data. I don't know. What would I call that? Entity effect data. That's hard compared to this though. Yeah. Well, it's editing videos takes a lot of time. You know, like what would I what kind of video would you like to see? Because you have to like edit it, you have to record it, you have to like plan it and stuff. But this I just click go live, you know? And start working. I do some, you know, a little bit of premeditating, thinking through some problems. Yeah, F entity effect data. So that would pretty much only be the... We would do that there, and then I would want to create a new one. I don't know how like faux pas this is going to be either. Entity effect data. I am developing a game, yes. And so on the effect data, I guess what I could do here is we could grab this guy. And then I think hopefully this means that I don't need to... If I make it virtual, I think it's fine. Oh, but yeah, it's gonna get mad because it doesn't have a... It has a non-virtual public destructor. Yeah, so it doesn't like that. So then I have to do like what? That? Or I have to go virtual to get it to, yeah, I have to do a virtual destructor as well. Interesting. But this way, this will like effectively clamp what is possible here. Or declare that. Suppose I just meant general updates on problems you're facing and how you solve them. I know nothing of video editing though, so it's easier said than done. Yeah, I mean, I think what you're talking about is like a devlog kind of video, which I know a lot of developers do. I don't know, like, I've never watched a devlog before, so like I don't know what people are looking for. If the, you know, if there's demand for that, I would be happy to do that. But I would be happy to do that, and just, you know, it could be pretty rough hewn. You know, that wouldn't necessarily need to be something super high fidelity video, you know. But yeah, I guess I just don't exactly know what people would be looking for in a type of video like that, because I don't watch them, so. And I don't know, like, how popular are devlogs. Let me just, like, do a quick YouTube search here. Let me just type in devlog. Like, what's the making? How perfect combat ruined my game. 185,000 views. Adding robots fixed my play. Devlog 9. This is all like the same guy. Stinky Donut. Yeah, that sounds like a Roblox dev name for sure. Dude, these all are getting like... I guess 38k views ain't bad on devlog number 8, you know? The fuck is that? Jesus Christ. Ooh. Oh yeah, I've watched that. I made a sequel to my worst selling indie game. It looks nice. I don't know, like, are these like updates, or is it also, is it one word or two words? It seems like people use one word. It's one word. Hang on, who's at my door right now? Oh, there's a guy just like marking my front yard. Okay. Reimagining Zelda's first dungeon. 34k views. I don't know, I feel like I would rather make so I know I wanted to make a video for like talking about my journey of creating my own ECS and all the stuff I learned and stuff like that. So like a more targeted video, you know? Because like with the devlog, it's just kind of like, what did you do that week? or the past couple weeks or something. And so it's like less of a targeted video with like a theme. I think I would want to make videos specific to the systems in my game, explaining them and the problems that I went through and what I did to solve them and my approach and stuff like that. I feel like that would be a better video, but it'd also probably take more editing and stuff to do it that way. So yeah, I don't know. It's probably still not gonna make videos, suffice to say. Anyways, effect definitions. So yeah, we have a T-array. What happens if we put more than one of the same entity data? The last one would take precedence, essentially, I think. The last one would take precedence. I mean, I think that's all we need though for like a effect definition. I guess I just need because this would have the row name on it, which we could use as an identifier. Data table row handle, right? And so where did I want to use that? Active effect data. Yeah, so we'd want to use like an F data table row handle. How big is that? 24. That's not very cache locality friendly. So we have the T object pointer and then also the F name. An F name is 12. God damn. Maybe I do just want an int. Maybe I do just want an int, which is 4. Yeah, that would be a lot better for cache locality. Oh, that's so annoying. I could just, because I don't want to have to like write this ID every time I add something in the table. That's what I want to avoid. I could just like look up I just do the index in the table as the ID. But I guess for like serialization purposes, if that table were to change or move at all, it would look up like the wrong one, maybe. For when you like save and load. Like if you save on an old version, I update the game and then you load it and I've changed the effect table. That could be funny. Bro, why do you have to use a name as an identifier, Epic? Come on, just give me an int. Give me an int. I guess I could just do some fancy things to serialize it, you know? When I serialize the effect ID, then, you know, I look up the F name and I serialize that instead, you know? I could just do that, which is kind of a pain, but it does make it cache effective. Okay, let's still try to, we're gonna try to use the entity and see how it goes. Okay, so we have an effect ID. This is like a type ID, right? Effect type, but really it's like effect table index. Should I call it that? Cachy, yes, it's very cachy. Effect table index, I don't know if I like that. It's called effect type ID because that's kind of how I'm using it. Effect type ID. Active effects, we just have the type that it is, and then let's put an equality operator on here with just effect type ID, and then hash it as well. I'm eating baked beans. Did you bring some for the class? You have to share with the class, otherwise you need to put it away. Active effects data. Okay, so our apply, yeah, so we need the with optional F active effects data. Wait, how are both? Wait, what? We're both defined? Oh, that is, oh, right. Okay, yeah, one is the container for the other. It's mine. You have to share your beans. F active effects data, that needs to be a pointer. And so target entity, no, this is now going to be, yeah, this is the entity that it's going on. Right. Apply effect data. And so here, rather than the instanced struct, I think what we do is we just grab apply effect data. I think we put the type ID on here. And then also the array. I mean, it's really just going to be the same as, where the hell did it go? Where the hell did it go? I have too much data. I forgot the names of them all. Oh, I put it in the archetype. F gameplay effect row data. Yeah, so basically that. Yeah, that. Okay, apply effect data. So we that is our apply effect data. Beans with little sausages. I don't think I've ever just had a plate of beans. Are you British by chance? Oh, there's so many little pieces of data. Okay, so the apply effect data, what we're going to do is I need to like spawn an entity. So we need subsystem. Well, let's go. God, what did the AI cook up here? Nothing that resolves properly. Effect def. I am British. I knew it! The beans. The plate of beans outed him. Currently in Oxford, and it's with toast. Oh, the poster child of British cuisine. Beans on toast. I guess we'll just say if that's empty, we can return. Then at the end, we can subsystem q remove entity data, capturing this. F apply effect data. Oh, and I need to handle multiple effects in one frame, don't I? Buddy, I don't speak Russian. I'm sorry. God. So should I just spawn the entities then? I think I should just spawn the entities because I can't actually... The apply effect data... Yeah, I think I just need to spawn the effect entities, actually. And then let the subsystem pick those up and apply them. Because then I can only add one per frame on an entity. Moxie, what are you doing? Okay. So yeah, if we act like this is actually the effect entity, I would need to look up the active effects data on the target, which would mean that like we want, I guess every effect does need a target. So we can go apply effect data. That's just one that we add on there initially, I guess. And then F target entity data. Effect entity, apply effect data, F target entity data. You made reference to well, we'll want to remove that. Yeah, so we'll do subsystem q remove entity data with F apply effect data and effect entity. Yeah, okay. This is coming together. If it's empty, no, let's not return because I need to remove it at the very end anyway. Target entity data. So I need to look up the target entity. Yeah. So subsystem. This is going to be auto active effect data. I'll say targets active effect data. That's not at all what I want. Thank you though. Subsystem get entity data. I want F active effects data. Good. For the target entity. So we want target entity data. Let's do this. Let's go. Oh, dude, writer, what is happening? What the fuck is happening? Jesus Christ. Oh my god, writer just like took over my keyboard there for a second. Let's write this. F entity target entity data dot target dot entity. Good. Const ref that, why not? Target entity. Okay, so now we can say if target active effects data. Otherwise, we would need to add it. So we would need to go F active effects data, new active effects data, do all that. Yeah. Add entity data. Member is inaccessible. Right. So we queue add entity data. Yes, I am making a game. I am working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. I've never actually heard someone who prefers Visual Studio over Writer. That's insane. That's actually insane. I've never met someone like you. That's kind of crazy. And you know what? Honestly, hang on. My dog is barking out the window. I gotta go shut the window. Give me 1 sec. Okay. Yeah, you don't get to bark out the window anymore. VS Code being the web thing? Why is VS Code the web thing? How much do you earn from game development? 0. This is just hobby stuff. He's a game developer working on this project for around 2 years. 3 years. Hobbit playing in the background? Yeah. How much do you earn from game? Yeah, nothing. This is not a job. This is not a job. This is for fun. It used to be a web app. Oh, did it? I never knew that. Honestly, if we don't have... Because, like, I can only ever add one. Yeah, if we're gonna add one, let's just add an empty one and then not remove it. And we'll get it next frame. That way we can apply multiple without overwriting each other. Oh, then how? Dude, not everything is about money, man. You know, you can just do things because you enjoy them and not want to make any money from it. I don't know what your hobbies are, but I'm sure that you don't just think about them in terms of how many dollars you can make. Active effect data. Active effects, right. Then we want to add the active effect data. New active effect, ID, effect F. Well, effect entity, which is this. Oh, can I just in place here? This might be kind of nice. Can I in place and then like... Then let's make a constructor for this then. I need to make a default one as well. There we go. Thank you. Okay, are you now happy? I am in placing. Please respond. Do I need the actual type in here though? I thought you could just, or do I need to do this? There we go. That's what I needed. Yeah, so just in place that. Are you making a game for yourself? Yeah. Yeah, you could say that. I think that is fair to say. Right, can that be const? I think it can, yeah. Target entity data can be const as well. And so, yeah, we just... This is like the base of this. So we apply the data. And it's only if we already have one existing. Otherwise, we're going to wait for next frame. Yeah, we can just wait for next frame. It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. I can't show it right now because, 1, I'm working on something at the moment, and 2, it's not compiling. So even if I wanted to, I couldn't. It doesn't compile at the moment. Dude, why some game that use UE5 is so unoptimized? Because the developers didn't optimize it. I know that that's like really hard for Reddit to wrap their heads around. But it's not that difficult of a concept. It is not only the engine. It's not like these developers tried really fucking hard to make it as optimized as possible, and then it came out and it wasn't, right? That's never the case with any of these games that come out, right? What happens is the business side of game development, once the game put out yesterday, and then developers don't have time to do optimization either during the development or at the end of the development. And then they have to put out things that they're not happy with, right? It's not complicated. It's not entirely the engine's fault. But you do have to keep in mind Unreal Engine 5 is kind of a next generation engine, right? Your 1080 is not necessarily going to be able to crush an Unreal Engine 5 game in the same way that it did an Unreal Engine 4 game, because it's using next generation technology and stuff. So yeah, it requires a bit more processing power, both for CPU and GPU. They just don't want to deal with memory management a lot, most people, I don't think. Yeah, it's not just memory management. That's probably actually one of the things that doesn't matter, actually. It's like GPU and CPU performance. Everyone jumps on the UE5 wagon not knowing the basics of optimization, but there are many reasons. Can you show what the game you're making and some screens or something? No, but you can go look at some old videos that I have. You can click through some old streams. But yeah, I mean, I think part of it is that Unreal Engine makes it really easy to make a next generation looking game. Like the visual fidelity is quite high. And it makes it really easy to do that. But like all the default settings and stuff like that are not always going to be performant for whatever game you make, right? So a lot more people can put out a game that looks amazing, but that also means that there's a lower skill required to do so, which means that people putting out games aren't as skilled as they were in the past, which is it's a good thing and a bad thing, right? There's two sides to it. It's good that games are more accessible, game dev is more accessible, but bad that because, games are coming out that are subpar in terms of optimization. CEO like Randy Pitford kind of blaming gamer spec. I mean, dude, the Borderlands CEO is like a fucking crackhead, dude. Like, he has the worst takes and shit. Someone needs to stop letting him open his mouth. I am too trying to make my game. I have many ideas. Yeah. The idea is the easiest part I've found. Do you know how to make game assets too? I mean, I know how to. I'm not good at it. Okay, but we have like a little shitty base implementation for this. Let's write a cancel gameplay effect processor now too. Or like we'll just say remove. We'll just say remove. Processor. We'll call this remove entity. What did I call the other one? Entity effect. Apply gameplay effect processor. Remove gameplay effect processor. Okay. Let's go process entities. Okay. Query with all for each how many time you lose? What kind of question is that? Most new companies don't have their own engine. Uses Unreal because it's the only accessible AAA engine. Fails to optimize because less team members. What example? What game are you talking about? What game are you talking about where it's a new studio that failed to make an optimized game? Because like Expedition 33 came out, and from what I understand, it runs pretty well, and it looks amazing. By the way, man, just asking, what game engine that can be easy to learn but also easy to optimize? That doesn't exist. Like, there's no easy way. There's no easy way out in. I mean, in life in general, like, there's no shortcuts in game dev. If you're trying to take shortcuts, you're going to end up being one of the people that makes an unoptimized game or a shitty game in some way. Like, there's no shortcuts. Like, making games is fucking difficult. There's so much that goes into it, and gamers don't understand that. And that's okay. They don't need to, but what they need to know is that they don't know. That's what they need to know. And so, like, trying to assume just because you've tweaked some video settings, some gameplay set video settings on your fucking DLSS, you know, fucking optimization settings, like, you don't understand how that actually applies and like what that takes and stuff like that. Like all of the anti-aliasing methods and like it's there's so fucking much. There's so fucking much. And like, I don't know, people like I love to see like, oh, the game came out X years ago and it looks great and runs great, and they're talking about like what was like a AAA game like 10 years ago, and it's like, well, yeah, there was a fucking entire team that made that game for years, and then you're comparing it to a game today. And I'm not saying that gamers shouldn't have a right to ask for more performant games. That's totally valid. That is totally valid. It's a really annoying talking point. I feel anyone who complains about not optimized UE5 is just a troll. I mean, I don't know. It's becoming just like the Reddit hive mind take, you know? People don't even know the difference probably between UE3, 4, and 5. I mean, they think they do. They think they do. I saw someone say that, I was reading a Reddit thread about it, and someone was saying that, like, they were implying that Nanite hurts performance. That anytime you turn on Nanite, it's just the developer being lazy and not wanting to make LODs. And it's like, well, no, if you understood Nanite, you would know that in some cases it actually improves performance. Like, it could go either way. It could go either way. But, like, they showed a complete lack of nuance for the technology, is what I'm trying to say, I guess. Do I want to make a new fucking file for each one of these? I kind of just want to throw the remove effect data in here as well. Although the file's named differently, so we'll do that. We'll keep doing that. New struct. How many actual production games run even on Nanite? Forget about the tech itself. I'm not sure. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know, like, does Borderlands 4 use Nanite? No idea. What's your take on using AI to learn game development? I mean, the same as using AI to learn anything. It can be helpful, but the more that you let it do, the less you will learn. So there's a fine line somewhere. I mean, I think it's more so like Lumen, you can say like Lumen 100% lowers performance, right? But that's like that is the next generation, like dynamic global illumination, right? So like I turn on Nanite and I lose like 20, 30 frames. So it's like, yeah, I don't have Nanite turned on in my, or not Nanite, Lumen turned on in my game. How different is Unreal and Unity? Yes. All F, remove effect data. Let me look at the apply effect data. I guess I only need the ID here because I don't need to like spawn anything. F, remove effect data. Then we want F, target entity data. I do need to know which entity I'm removing it off of. Target data. And so then I will get the optional. We'll go auto. This is target entity active effect data. Get entity data. Let's go const f entity target entity. Throw that in there just for some niceties. So if we don't have that, I think we just do nothing, because then it's like there's nothing to remove anyway. Target remove. Oh no, we want to remove the remove data. Do you think AI would take over the cybersecurity field? I don't think it's going to take over any field, at least within the next 5 to 10 years. It'll change fields. It'll change all of the fields, but never going to take over. Although I don't know what your definition of takeover is. Remember to reset those IDs? Why? I'm not going to reuse the data. Like these structs aren't like reused, so. Do you make bots? When will you make bots? Do you wear wigs? When will you wear wigs? No, I don't make bots. Remove effect data. So we need to like target entity. Actually, I wonder, we should maybe, this should be a T set, right? Yeah, that should be a T set so that we can add and remove here. Let's just do a remove effect type. Yeah, basically that, yeah. And then I can just make this little cleaner here. Remove effect type. Yeah, and if there's 0, we can remove it. The thing about adding and removing the data, though, is like, what happens? Gotta go, family's hungry. Go feed your family. But thanks for stopping by. The thing I'm worried about here is like, what if another... I guess we want to run the remove ones explicitly after the add ones. Yeah, we would need to do that specially so that this doesn't cause a failure or something. Okay, so now we have the ability to add and remove effects. Is this Excel? No, this is Google Sheets. Okay, so I'm gonna need something like the ability activation processor. I'm gonna need to... Where's my code coloring? Writer, please. Thank you. Okay, so we have the ability to add and remove gameplay effects. Now, I guess I need to check if the gameplay effect has like gameplay tag data. I need to get what, like the activation owned gameplay effect data, something like that. Or maybe I would just have one piece of data that holds all of the life cycle gameplay tag things, you know, activation blocked or whatever. Although that's not very cache locality. That's not very cache locality of me. Gameplay, yeah, gameplay tag. What do I want to do here? And then I need to do like, I need to apply the attribute modifiers and remove. So let's worry about the attribute modifiers for a second here. I guess I need the with optional on it. Okay, so we'll do dot with optional f game or f attribute mod effect data. That's going to be here. Wait, why is that mad? Cannot. What's your fucking deal? Okay, I guess that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Lucas, thanks for the sub. Welcome. And Mitch, you as well. Welcome in. Appreciate the subs, guys. So I guess I want to... Oh my god. Why? I don't know why. That's all... They all batch up. Stream Elements does not understand real-time email or alerts here. Attribute mod effect data. Yeah, so I guess like... I would like a cleaner way to do this, because like there's going to be just a lot kind of shoehorned into this like add. This apply gameplay effect processor. Like it would be nice if I could just iterate over all entities with attribute mods and like apply them. But then it's like I'm going to have to do that every frame for every one, even if they're already applied, because then I would need to check if they're applied. Unless I made apply attribute mod data, which at that point I might as well just write it in here. We'll just start with this and then tinker later. The if attribute mod effect data so I would need to auto target attribute data. Yeah, that is exactly what I would want. Then let's make a function here. Apply attribute mods, and this would take in const f attribute mod effect data ref const f target f attribute entity data. We'll call this target attribute data attribute mod effect data. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so attribute, so for each attribute mod, effect data, attribute mods, ref, attribute mod. Modifiers, yeah. Target, so I would need to like find, let's go, target attribute data dot attributes dot find attribute mod dot attribute auto found at I'll just say target attributes if target attributes target attributes get what is it's like get base value or something, or I would need to like set, oh my god, I can't even wait, do these not have like the base value or whatever? Attribute metadata, wait. Do these not have... Oh, there's just one called attribute on. Oh, these do not do what I thought they did. Attribute owner. Get owner struct. Set numeric value. Oh, it literally, these literally have to live on an attribute set. Hey, real. Thank you for the sub. Welcome. Which do you think would be easier for you as a solo dev, making a rudimentary version of Silksong or your current game? Probably the former. Where the hell was I? Let's see here. Gameplay attribute. I guess it's just gameplay attribute data. Like, I guess I use that instead of gameplay attribute. And then that's just like a default value. Okay, back to the apply, back to this thing. So now this is like a inaccessible. Okay, so we have to like, is this const? Yeah, it would be because this is const, so we need to do this. Set base value. Yeah, okay, okay. What about set? Oh yeah, I've set base and current value. Game you're trying to develop? It's going to be a RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI generated quests. Yeah, open world, you know, super large world. Set current value. Just call this ATTR just for shortsies. Let's make this less nested, actually. Oh, Jesus, what have I done? Oh, God. Okay. Make that a little less nested. There we go. Okay, so I'm just gonna add to the current value, and then multiply is ATT attribute set current value. I actually just want to get the base value, and then maybe I do want multiple ones of these. Maybe I'll call this multiply base. Rename that to multiply base. Override. Oh, you know what? This may be, this is order dependent. I go to sleep. See you next time. Yeah, see ya. See you later. Thanks for stopping by. Have a nice day. You too. Have a nice sleep. Have a nice sleep. Yeah, this is order dependent now. And I wonder, I should probably look up the code or how the gameplay ability system does it. I should probably sort through this list first. Especially when I have, especially after I have multiply, if I have a multiply current value as well. That's going to be important. The order is then going to be very important. Because then it's like I want all the base values to apply first. Add can happen at any... If there are any overrides, those just need to happen. And we can skip everything else. And if there's multiple overrides, I guess just whatever is applied last. The most recently applied one. Yeah, well, I'm gonna keep it like this for now. It's gonna be a little indeterminate though. But we'll definitely want to look up what we do there. Apply attribute mods, attribute mod, effect data, target attribute data. Is your main profession this? No, I'm just a software engineer. Regular dev. Okay, so that applies the mods. I guess removing the mods a little bit more difficult, I think. Yeah, let me just look up how this happens. Free attribute change. That's me. Apply mod to attribute. What does auto ampersand do? Auto means it just infers the type. Like you don't have to type out the class name. And then the ampersand means it's a reference, instead of a copied value. Bro, can I get the code coloring, please? No, I guess not. Okay. 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 Apply mod to attribute. Where are you called from? Apply mod to attribute. Execute mod. God, I wish I had fucking code coloring in this file. That would be great. Ryder, what's your fucking deal? Spec.get modified attribute. I'm getting the modified attribute. Total magnitude. I would love to see creating an engine from scratch. I'm not going to do that. You can now. If you're interested in it, you should go do it. What is this modified attribute total mag? It's like is it storing on the mod eval? It's storing on the mod evaluation data, like how much it changed. Total magnitude. Where else would that change? That's where I just was. Good God, that's a long function. Oh, I think what it does is they tabulate all of the modifiers first, and then they apply them to the attributes, I think. But then they probably also do some current value applications as well. It's almost like I need to, anytime a new attribute mod is applied, I need to recalculate all of them. Especially if they're going to be based off of the non-base value. And if they're going to be based on the current value, I would need to recalculate all of them. Okay. Show me how these get removed now. I want to see how they're removed. Remove active effect, remove. Yeah, I want to see how they remove them. But I guess if they're recalculating it every time, that's how it gets removed, right? You just it's just not in the list anymore each time. Yeah, I think that's probably. That makes sense. So remove. Let me just look for. I guess we can start with remove gameplay effect, right? Stack stuff. Remove active gameplay effect granted tags and modifiers. That sounds like what I would want to look at. Remove aggregator mod. F attribute aggregator map. Remove mods with active handles. Remove all swap. Yeah, I mean, I guess it just removes it from this map, and then I imagine they just rerun everything. They retabulate everything. Yeah, it's not like they tabulate one by one every time one gets added or removed. I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. So I would really want to yeah, I guess whenever we get to this event, I want to iterate over every single attribute modifier that's applied to the target. Which that just makes me want to do it in a different processor. That only happens when something is added or removed. Apply attribute mods. Yeah, I would need to iterate over the active gameplay effects. Hey, keep up the good work. Thank you. I will do that. Well, I'll try to at least. Yeah, so we need to iterate over all of the... Yeah. How do I want to do that? It does make me want to do it in a different processor, but how would I would need like a different piece of data to like know when I should do that. Otherwise, I would just be doing that all the time when it's not necessary. I almost need like a recalculate. Yeah, I guess it would just be like a recalculate attribute modifiers data. Okay, I think that's I'm coming to terms with that now. Okay. So once I get here, all I do is I guess I need a piece of data for maintaining the attribute mods, or I guess I would just look at the active. Okay, let's do this. Because we would have added it here. Let's do this. We're gonna make yet again another processor. This is the attribute processor. Yeah. The attribute processor. Overriding members, process entities. query with all, and I'll need to come up with a piece of data. We want f active effects data and also f recalc attributes data. Or we'll just call it fcalc attribute data. For each. Wait, why are you angry at me? I'm right. I'm right. Well, I guess you're mad because this doesn't exist. Next Gen Nerd, welcome in. And on here, we're going to have f entity effect entity. No, this is the NPC entity. Yeah, so we would want that. Correct. Correct. Calc attribute data. Let's make this. I have so many different struct files here. I kind of think putting it in here makes sense. I'll say empty struct attribute modifiers. Okay. I think that's the only two pieces of data I need. I don't even know if I need an entity there. I don't even think we need entity passed in there. So active effects data. I mean, I guess I could maybe just... No, because I would need to apply it to an entity. And then I would need to look up the active effects. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so auto ref, or we'll, I guess we'll say f active effect data. Effect. Oh, and then I would need to look up the... I need to look up the effect. Rotating cheese. What we coding? I'm working on a video game, so I'm rewriting Unreal Engine's gameplay ability system into my ECS. Okay, so if I have this calc attribute data added to an entity, I just need to get all of the attribute mods. I need to get all of the attribute modifiers on the entity. Now, do I just look that up? Do I just look up what the effect is? Kind of slow, not very cache locality. Because we would have to do effect, attribute, data, subsystem, Get entity data for F attribute mod effect data. So I'd have to do that. Effect attribute data, attribute mod data. Well, let's just say attribute mod data. Keep it short. I'm here. So once we have the, I'll say if attribute mod data, or we'll say if there is no attribute mod data, continue. And then I need to retabulate all of the, this is where I do like the retabulation. So I would want like a, the base value is like the consistent value, right? And so I'm only changing the current value is what I would want to be doing here. So for each attribute mod data, modifiers, F attribute modifier, we'll just call that mod. We iterate through, and I guess maybe this is where I need to steal their code here. Let me go back and find where that gets like tabulated at. Execute active effects. Is this it? Modifiers. Modifier evaluated data. An attribute, an operation, a magnitude. Get modifier magnitude. God, I wish I had code coloring in this class. Get evaluated magnitude. There's like stacked modifier. Oh my god, it's so there's so much. Internal execute mod. Mod eval data. Here's where it's actually trying to apply it, I think. Execute data. Free gameplay effect executes. Apply mod to attribute. Set attribute base value, new base, static execute mod on base value. And that's just doing like the simple shit, right? Get attribute base value. Data, what is this doing? Data pointer, data pointer to value pointer. Attribute set, numeric data. How does it we have an aggregator? Yeah, how is actually how is base value calculated? Interesting. But I guess it evaluates the magnitudes first, right? And then it just applies the static. It applies the magnitudes afterwards. Evaluated magnitude. Multiply additive. Multipliers are added together first, then multiply against previous results. Divide additive, multiply compound. Thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Yeah, I need to, let's look at the mod eval data again. Where did that get calculated at? Eval data. Get modifier magnitude. Compute stacked, just for stacking. Get evaluated magnitude. I guess it was already set there somehow. Spec to use. Calculate modifier magnitudes. Attempt calculate magnitude. And putting it on the mod spec evaluated magnitude. Okay. Scalable flow. Oh, I see. I see. That makes sense. Yeah, because I remember that you can like do a yeah, you can do like a custom calculation set by caller, all that stuff. Okay. And I think you can use a curve table at some point too. Attribute based. Interesting. Yeah, that's a lot of functionality to replace. I'll be honest. That's a lot of functionality to replace. So it comes up with all the modifiers and then it just like straight applies them. I still don't understand how it's discerning the difference between base and current value. And it does so, it does the multiply. Hang on, let me look at, where was it? Where was that static add something or other? Look up the modifier operation. Wait, is there no? Add final. So it's like every attribute modifier that has one of these operators on it needs to be applied to each step in this equation. So it's like I do have to like aggregate them in that way. And then what sets, I forgot what sets base value. Let me look up Intranix documentation here. Base value versus current value. Is a permanent value, right? But like, how do you set the permanent value? Because I understand that the temporary mod, I guess is it infinite gameplay effects? Current value. Okay, so hang on. Base value 600. There are no gameplay effects. That's all fine. Permanent changes to the base value come from instant gameplay effects, whereas duration and infinite gameplay effects change the current value. Periodic gameplay effects are treated like instant gameplay effects and change the base value. Okay, so it's literally just based on the fucking duration data. I feel like that's going to be hard for me to stick to that concept. Because Because what if I want to temporarily change the base value? I mean, he's just saying that that would be like a current value change. Yeah, coming up with this equation that I'm going to use is going to be important here. And I'm wondering if, like, I can change the usage of base and current values such that the duration of the effect doesn't depend on the base value. Otherwise, like, it's just, there's just gonna be like set the base value. Honestly, why do instant game, why aren't infinite effects the ones that change? I would think that infinite effects would be the one. And the thing is, like, I know this, like, I've used this. I guess I didn't realize that, so I didn't really fully understand the distinction here before. Duration and infinite effects change the current value. An instant effect. Yeah, I guess, I mean, what if there was an instant effect that changed? Yeah, I guess if you think about it in terms of, like, if there's an effect that applies instantly and does not have a duration, like, what would that do to an attribute if that wasn't the case? If that wasn't the case, it would like, what, add a value and then immediately remove the value because it doesn't exist anymore, because it doesn't have a duration on it. So I guess if you think about it that way, it makes sense. I guess if you think about it that way, it makes sense. What is it? Don't get tripped up here. Override is 3. What? Override is 3. That's funny. Due to existing serialized assets. Legacy code. This must always be the last value. Oh, right, that's for iteration. Yeah. Yeah, so there's, like, I kind of want to, like, reuse these concepts, but rename them. Because, like, add base is really, like, pre-multiply. And why, like, multiply additive and compound are... Actually, I guess they're not the same. Although, yeah, no, they are, though. They are. Oh, no, because it's... Oh, I get the difference here. But wait, when I looked at the code, they handled them the same. Like, you don't need a divide additive, actually. Divisors are added together and divided against the previous result. Multiply and add together. Multiply compound, multiply the pre-result by this value. Okay, I get the compound multiply. Okay, I get what it's saying here, but what I saw in the code did not do this. Let me try and find that again. I guess just let me look up where this is used at. That'll probably be the easier way to find it. Yeah, this right here. Oh, there's 2 different ways. 2 different places. Custom functions. Modifier func, most negative mod, all positive mods. For each mod. Oh, you know what? I bet the aggregator handles combining these. I bet that's what it does. But you see how this is what I mean when they're treated the same. They use the same, and it goes the same goes for here. Gameplay effect aggregator, base value. Like, how does that actually do what the I don't think that actually does what the fucking comments are saying. Unless the aggregator is kind of abstracting it a little bit. I guess I would need to look at the aggregator to tell. Add aggregator mod. Okay, what happens when we add... Of course they created like a whole ass class for this, you know what I mean? Like... That's such an Unreal Engine move. Modifier operation and evaluated magnitude. But when we add a mod, I guess we have to mat it. Yeah. So it's combining them based on the mod operator. Yeah. Add an initialized. Wait, why are we? Oh, because there's a list of aggregator mods with the new index, new mod. Reverse evaluate. And so for each mod, so this is a, hang on, go back to that's an aggregator mod. But when it does for each mod, I didn't see how it's not combining it. It's adding a new one each time. Is there another function? This like heavily abstracted evaluate. I mean, I think I get the concept and I think I can re-implement it. I don't think I necessarily need to know exactly how they did it there. But I think I understand the concept now of how they apply this. Okay, so for my attribute processor, for all these mods that are applied, I should probably store them. Should I store them or should I just like calculate it each time? I'll think about that for a bit. I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta take my doggies outside. And then I will be back to do some more of this. So BRB, guys. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. All right. Okay, so we need to aggregate some mods, huh? Yeah, and I kind of want to do this in my own way. Let's make a nice little function for it. So we definitely want attribute mod data. We want the mod data, and I will need the actual attribute data as well. Attribute entity data. Modifier data, attribute data on each active effect. I guess I need to put this whole thing in a function. Yeah, because we would want, like, I want a map of e attribute mod to float. Mod, I'll say ags, aggregations. Music really good? Yeah, bits and hits are great. Some great beats. Mod ags. Find or add for mod.mod. Modifier mod. So then we're gonna have a float ref. Magnitude. What's it gonna be? We'll say total magnitude. Right, so now we've aggregated them by their type, and then we just need to run the equation, right? We just need to run the equation. And so the equation would be, wait, no, I'm not storing these by attribute at all. I need to store them by attribute. Okay, let's do this. We're gonna do a ustruct. Can you generate me the whole thing? Okay, struct f the modifier aggregation. I guess I don't need it to be a ustruct at all. Modifier aggregation. Wait, do I need that? Or should I just do tmap of tmap? Tmap of tmap. And this will be e attribute. Entity attribute. Entity attribute to, there we go. So find or add. Really, let's just type def this. So this is like a type def. Let's do f attribute mod ag. Mod ag find modifier dot attribute find or add plus e. There we go. Yeah, that's what we want. That's what we want. Get rid of this function. We're just gonna do it all in line. For each effect on active effects, Yeah, basically run through and aggregates all of them. Suppose this can be const. That can be don't like that. I don't like that. And then when we get here, we run the equation for each one. Well, really, I guess I should... Yeah, no, we iterate over mod ags. Make it a ref. We can do const auto ref. Mod ag. Let's do what is it? A structured binding, and we will do attribute, and then this is mod ag. God, I hate what writer does to that. Writer just like makes this line so long. Anyway, the mod ag. So we need to then for each one of these. I need to find so I think we need to go entity system, active effects data, calc attribute data. Oh, and then we would want the attributes as well. F attribute entity data. That stores the actual. We go attribute data on this entity. Dot attributes dot find dot find and then it would be the attribute. And so this is just auto attribute. It's a pointer, so we want to check if we can't pointer, we'll call this attribute type instead. Attribute. So if we have an attribute, then we want to attribute, this is a pointer, set current value. Yeah, and I guess here's where it's like, do I want current value or base value? And a mod ag. So I'm just gonna make an instant. So they do instant gameplay effects. That's so it's like, I get it, but it's like trying to work in an instant gameplay effect into my system to where it just applies a value and that sticks around forever. I would need to know what type of effect this came from. And that functionality is very implicit to the architecture of the system, which kind of part of what too much of that in a system makes it very difficult to follow. And so sometimes it's just better to write a little bit more code and be explicit about it. Then it makes it easier for the caller to do the right thing, right? And so what I'm talking about here is that instant gameplay effects set the base value instead of setting the current value. And it makes sense if you think about it. Because otherwise, an instant gameplay effect that modifies an attribute would do nothing if it didn't work that way, right? It would do nothing because it would apply, it'd like increment the attribute for a frame, and then go away, which is, maybe there's some uses for that in terms of like transient values for like damage applications or something, but for the caller though, to say like, hey, how would I want to set base value in this like equation? I think it would just be better to have a modifier type that just sets base value, and then that way you can like, all base value is like applied first or something, And then you could kind of like determine how you want it to, how the equation executes that way. So like base value is kind of like the pre-step, and then current value is like the post-step. But it's like, what would happen if you had a gameplay effect that's set, that would, you know, maybe you have like a, you know, maybe it's like set base value, right? Or it would be like add to base value, subtract base value. It'd be add, subtract, multiply base value. I already have multiply base, which I should change, but. And then what if it's like a duration based gameplay effect? Like, does it go away after that? Yeah, it's not like I would want it to stick around and stuff. Let's not think about base value, right? Let's just do current value. Let's just do current value. Let me copy this equation that they had. This one. Just gonna put that there for reference. Okay, so we're going to iterate over the attributes. We have the attribute. I mean, I guess I could just check if this effect has a duration on it. By looking up duration data. And that would be like, to be like F duration effect data, which doesn't exist at the moment. And then I would have like bool B apply to base value would be if there is no duration data, because that's an instant effect, right? Say something like instant effects apply to base value. I'm gonna comment that out for now, but that's just like those are some thoughts on how I would do that. Then I would need to store this Boolean in this map somehow so that I can iterate over it later. Yeah, I would need to aggregate it by base value applications and then current value applications as well. Base value plus add base. Yeah, I think these values were actually abstracted values. The enum that they have, because like the ones that you have in editor aren't these. So I think what they do is they take, because I think you just had you have add, multiply, divide, and override in the editor, and so I think they take that plus the duration data and then they expand it to these ones for how it applies. How would I add final? What is add final? Base value plus add base would be instant gameplay effects that are additive. All of the additive ones, oops. All of the additive ones are that. This is the. Wait, what about divide additive? Wait a second. There's a multi. I was thinking that like these ones were the current value applications. So like the duration based effects would be these ones, but there's also a divide option. Override, probably they don't even care what that is. They just apply that at the end after this happens or something. Let's do something like this. Give me another one of these, actually. Give me another one of these. Base value mod ags. Current value mod ags. And then we can do something like this. I guess let's create a duration effect data while we're at it. Would I want a period? How would I do periods there? Periodic effect could be an instant periodic effect. Doesn't make sense, right? So you would need periodic plus duration. The duration, yeah, so we can make a separate duration data. This is duration effect data. Or U struct F. And so we would just want like a U property that's edit defaults only for like duration, and then a float for like duration remaining, or whenever we take that down. So yeah, import that duration data, apply to base value. We'll do it like this. If apply to base value mod ags dot find or add, make a pointer to it, else. There we go. It might not be initialized. I promise you it will. Oh, that's why. Yeah, no, it was right. It was right. Base value mod ags. Okay, so I think I need to do a check for if there are any override. If base value mod ags dot find and then I want the, oh, this is for an attribute, right? For each attribute. So within here, if mod ag dot find, well, I mean, I don't know, maybe we'll just do the overrides at the end or something like that. Find, actually I think we need to do this anyway. Find override. And so this is a float override value. It's a float pointer, right? And then we would want to continue here if there's an override value. And then so override value would just like set, we would go attribute set base value there, and we would continue. Otherwise, what are you mad at still? With const float. Oh my god. Okay, spare me. Spare me. And then we essentially do the same, but without the continues for the other ones, for add and multiply. So give me all the add aggregated values. Actually, total override value. Interesting. It's going to, we're going to aggregate the override value. Is that, should we be doing that? Should we be doing that? Probably not. Total add value, and so we're going to set base value, get base value plus, yeah, that. Don't continue, because we also want the total multiply base, no, total multiply value. What do I do? Control Shift 9. Can I do that? That looks so weird. Oh my god, look at that. That's so weird. That's such a weird syntax. I should probably make a function for this though. With like a boolean for like applying the mod to the attribute. So let's go void. We're gonna go apply mod. And this is going to need to be on the attribute, which let's make that a ref. It's actually f gameplay attribute data. Yeah. Attribute. And then the mod ag. And so we'll do this part here. Should I just let that be a Yeah, I think we'll just include that. Attribute entity data. Attribute type, no, entity attribute. That should be a reference. And then we should just do returns here instead of continues. And then I want a boolean, of course. A boolean for bool b apply to base value. Of course, it's not going to create the declaration for me. So we'll do it ourselves. For declare everything, and then I need to put the modifier ag type def over here. Okay. Get base value, I'm going to assume returns the copy. Yeah. Okay. And then in here, apply mod. There we go. Apply to base value. True. And false. Current value mod ags. Okay, so the only thing I think I need to change is the override application. And then there are potentially some more types that I need to add, some more enums. For like the compound. Like the compound multiplication. I don't think that I do that anywhere though, so I think I want to just keep it simple. Before I forget, let's go entity, or let's go subsystem, and then remove the recalc attribute data for this entity. Let's make sure we remove that. Okay. Total add value, total multiply value. Okay, this is looking good. Can be made static. Yeah, sure, why not? Why not? Okay, yeah, so I guess I just need to check if the modifier mod tool B is override. B is override. Then I just want to set, or I guess I don't even need. I don't know why I wouldn't want to store that in a variable. We can just write it. So agit. Otherwise, we're gonna set it equal to. Let's just do this. We'll go float magnitude. Make sure that's a ref. Okay. Okay, there's our recalculate attributes. There's our recalculate attributes. I forward declared. I guess I can forward declare that because I don't actually care about any of the members on it. Okay, let me see here. What is next for this system then? I suppose I need to. Did I do the removal? I forget. We have apply gameplay effect processor. So applying the attribute mods. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna get rid of that. We're gonna get rid of that. Excuse me. Okay. Target attribute data. Have we added the like active? Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do the mod here. Active effects data is what I think we need though. Oh dear. What did I do? Okay, active effects data. Oh, wait a second. No, I'm saying if it's I already did that. I already did. Right, okay, right. I already did that. And we're already adding it to the effects data. So now all I need to do is subsystem Q add entity data and then do the just some fcalc effect or attribute data, yeah, on target entity. There we go. Beautiful. So now this is just a nice and tight processor here. Active effects data, we don't even need that. Because we want to get it on the target. The target's active effects data. So it might actually take, it's going to take 2 frames for the effect to apply. Is that how that's going to happen? An ability would execute. So we'd execute an ability. We'd have the apply ability data. That would take a frame. Yeah, everything's gonna have like shit. Yeah, everything's gonna be delayed a little bit with the command buffer thing. I may want to think about it. Well, we'll see. I guess it doesn't really hurt anything at the moment, but it may feel bad during gameplay. So we may want to do something about that. We may want to change things up. If we don't have active effects data, add it now and delay the effect application until next frame. Yeah. So that we can have the ability to add multiple effects within a single frame. Okay. Thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Okay, so we have like effects and shit now, I guess. Sort of. I think there's a lot that I still need to do now, though. Active effects data. High effect data. Did I do the calc? I wonder if I should do where did I put the where did I put the calc attribute data? Oh, that was in attribute mod effect data, right. Okay, so how many of these data types? I need to like register all of these. Ugh. Do I need to do that? That is becoming a pain. Like this is becoming a pain. And Ryder doesn't like the file either. I think I just need to restart Ryder. Register data type. Yeah, I need to register all the new data types that I added. Anything, any data that's used at runtime. So I need to add fcalc attribute data, attribute mod effect data. God damn, this is annoying. This is annoying. I have to do so much to set up a new piece of data, including this thing. I think I could get around having to add this on every single piece of data. by just doing some dynamic checking if it's there and then calling it or something. I guess we'll need F duration, effect data, F attribute entity data. God, I need to like keep these. Cooldown abilities on cooldown data. Okay, I need to keep these. I need to keep these in a 1-to-1 file. So I can keep track of which ones I've added and which ones I haven't. Activate. Ability data activated. Active effects data. Okay, we need to do that one. F active effects data. And then active effect data. Attribute entity data. Did I add that one already? Yeah, that one's there. Attribute mod effect data, put that one there. Cancel ability data. Cooldown ability data. Duration effect data. Wait, where's the calc one? Oh yeah, the calc is in its own. That is in F attribute mod effect data, but we'll keep that, we will keep that alphabetized. We have calc attribute data, F cooldown ability data, duration effect data. Wait, cancel ability data as well. Cancel. Oh, I already had cancel ability data. Oh, that was first. God, see, I'm even like fucking up in my own. This is. There's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better way. Duration effect data. Entity effect data is the base class. I don't think we actually need to add that. Remove effect data. Oh, and then I put the processor. I put the processor in the wrong file. Okay. I think that's all the data so far. And it's so much. Okay. And I guess I could write a duration processor real quick too. Should I just, let's just try and compile and see what happens. To try and just get a stable state here. Yeah, the activation processor. So having resources, we will need to rewrite that, right? We will need to grab check cost impl attribute sets. Just the attribute data. And checking the cost. Let's just write a function for that. Check cost. Okay. Passing in the U gameplay ability, my gameplay ability base, ability, and then I need to pass in the attribute data. Yeah. Create declaration. Okay. Ability. Get cost. Yeah, I guess getting the cost gameplay effect. So let me look up this check cost impl, and maybe this is. I probably should just put this function. How many hours do you code? 1 to 24. resource attribute value, get attribute value, cost gameplay effect, get modifiers. And I guess I already changed my effects to be entities. Okay, so let's just change this to take in. I mean, this is just not gonna work. It's not gonna fucking work at all. But we're gonna change this to my check cost. Check cost, just fucking delete it. Just return false. We shouldn't use it. Or just delete it entirely. So we shouldn't use that. My check cost. I'm getting the gameplay effect. Is that how I plan to do this? Or cost? I thought I had like a cost like gameplay table or something. Curve table row handle. I have one for everything except cost. I have resource cost. There you go. Resource cost. But I guess I was just building a gameplay effect out of that. And I suppose that makes sense. But let's do... I need like a type def for effect entities. I mean, it's an array of... It's a T array F entity effect data. Get cost entity effect. Get cost effect entity. Const. Yeah, there we go. So I'll basically need to do the same thing. But in my own system. So yeah, let's iterate over resource cost entry. Auto make it ref, which is, what is that now? Resource type, which I guess that can change to a I should maybe just have those be explicit. That's fine. Resource type, curve table. Okay, so for each of these I need to, let's create this T array F entity effect data entity, return the entity, and then I'll need to go through and evaluate the curve tables. Man, should I do it this way, or should I just like... Yeah, I think I have to do it this way to stay in line with the systems that I've made. Attribute mod effect data. Make a constructor for that. Modifiers. No, let's not do that. Mod effect data. Mod modifiers. Fire effect data. I mean, yeah, I guess I am just doing modifiers, right? I'll do in place get ref. Does that not work? Oh my god, is this object sliced? This is object sliced. Shit. Ah, Christ, I sliced the shit out of it. It's it needs to be an instanced struct. That's where I fucked up. Gameplay ability base. Yeah, we need to change that to return instanced struct of that, yeah. Attribute modifier, let's just do that at the end. Attribute modifier, effect data. For each of these, make a modifier. Close. It was actually pretty close. Actually pretty close. Ability level, curve table, row name, yeah. Gonna use the row name as the context string. X-Trick Plays. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Welcome in. Welcome in. Does that work, or do I have to do t instance struct make here? Yeah, okay. Okay, so now I just need to kind of extrapolate the resource type to a certain attribute. I guess I should make like a static thing there. Where do I store resource type at? That's just in there. So I mean, I guess, yeah, we can just do like a static const tmap. Yeah, something like that. Except we want to, it's not going to go to f name, it's going to go to e entity attribute. Yes. Health. Yeah, I guess I don't have a mana, do I? Oh yeah, I do. Okay. Ability cost resource type to name map. That's a little too long. Resource type to attribute. We can be a little simpler there. What's faster? Is that faster? I hate that I can't control. Oh, I can. It just does a find. That literally just does a find checked. Okay. Same thing. I didn't know that. Just graduated comp in July. I wasted 4 years of my life. Why do you say that? You not enjoy it? Did you find out that you didn't enjoy it? Because yeah, that would suck. Okay, so that should properly aggregate the modifiers and create the cost effect. Get cost effect entity. Okay, so now checking the cost. Yeah, I guess I need that, but then the check cost actually, I think we should just iterate over this as well, instead of doing the cost effect, and we'll do something pretty similar, because I need the attribute data in here now. So let's go const f attribute entity data, attribute, we'll just say attribute data, for each and resource cost. We can get rid of that. So attribute data. Oh, I wanted that to be a pointer, right? And then I'll just say if we don't have any attribute data, return true. So that way we know it's valid here. Attribute resource, resource attribute value, attribute data, attributes dot find, and then I would need to go resource to type to attribute of resource type, resource attribute value, which can be a pointer. That's fine. So resource attribute value, which, like, maybe we can just put a little helper function on here. Float get attribute value. Yeah, and then that can just return 0. I think that's perfect. Perfect. Yeah, that's very slick. That's very nice. Cost is going to be this guy here. Let's write a little function here for float my gameplay ability base, get resource cost, and that's going to take in the e resource type. Wait, what did I call it? E ability cost resource type. Okay, yeah. Resource cost find resource type. Make that const. Have you developed using Unity? I've dabbled in it a little bit, but not very much. Not very much. So we're just going to get resource cost on the resource type. I guess having to do the find here is a little... Yeah, we'll pass in the curve table as well. I mean, might as well, right? So f curve table row handle, curve table row handle. Is it? Wait, is it a row handle? No, it's a different thing. What was it? Oh no, it is a row handle. But we'll just grab this and put it in here. Oh, I guess you don't actually need the resource type. Cost? Yeah, I would never do anything other than additive. So I don't even think I need to do that. So this look how much fucking simpler this got. God damn, look how much simpler that function got. See what happens when we don't use built-in Unreal Engine systems. I can't wait for that to bite me in the ass, and I'm like, oh, their system was so much better than mine. Modifier effect data, cool, cool, cool. Okay, I think that's, no, let's do get resource cost here. As well, curve table. Okay. Okay, get resource. Wait, so if resource, it should be minus. I was doing plus. If the resource attribute value minus get resource cost is less than 0, we return false. Otherwise, we keep going. When resource cost is a map, so I did it as a map here, and I have the different resource types so that an ability can technically be casted using like health and mana as a resource, or whatever other, like I could have rage, energy, fucking chakra, I don't know. Like I could have a whole bunch of different types of resources. This way, abilities can use multiple resources instead of just mana. Okay, that looks good. So let's go back to the activation processor. Check cost, that's just going to be on the gameplay ability now. We're going to call it my check cost with attribute data. It is a pointer, wonderful. BS resources, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Let's move this. I think I want to move this onto a reusable function. Everything else is nice and tight. Let's do this. I want to change this to a pointer. Actually, no. Undo that. Undo that. We'll leave it like it is. Leave that like it is. But I do want the... Like, I don't know. It's a target check or something. Like, can execute on target or something. Is on cooldown, resources. Did I do range? Did I do range? Never actually did range either. Oh no, this is range. Okay, let's just do this. We'll do a bool, and let me say here, just target check. Should I call it check target? It's kind of how the other one, like check cost, check target, check cooldown. Check target. We'll stick with check target. And so what would I need? I would need the target. So we'll go const f targetable. Forward declare targetable. Check target, check range, I guess. I mean, check target's going to include the range, I suppose. Yeah, and I guess I would need the current entity's location. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna copy all of this. That can just be target, false, false, false. Return true at the very end. Okay, so subsystem, entity subsystem, this, and then the location data, faction data, target, couple.entity. Okay, which I would need to get the current entity location. Yeah, very good. And then faction data. So that is data that I should actually have, right? Or is that the pointer? Instigator it is a pointer. Okay, so that can just be looked up ad hoc, because we're doing that anyway. Bool B and execute on target ability spec target. I could say check target faction and range. And execute on target. Yeah, I mean that's fine. The faction data and location data go away. Check target faction and range. Check cooldown. Target faction and range. Check cost. I mean, yeah. Let's just make these as small as possible. Is on cooldowns a little longer. Abilities, And then check target. There was owner entity, right? That is what I passed. Yeah, so maybe I can have like a check cooldown on here too. Check cooldown. Call it my check cooldown. Let's call this like is on cooldown rather. Is on cooldown. So auto abilities on cooldown data. Get entity data for the owner entity. Yes. And we can return there. Gotta import it. And then I can just get class. Yeah. Okay. Hello, Bola. Welcome in. How's it going? It's going well. It's going well. We're just continuing with the rewrite. I've rewritten a lot. I've rewritten a lot. It's getting a lot cleaner. We did attribute modifiers. We've done a lot. Well, at least I feel like I've done a lot. I did attribute modifiers. I kind of made like I spec'd out gameplay effects within the ECS. Let's just make a my can activate ability here. And then maybe I just put all those checks in there to make the processor even nicer. So all I'm putting in there is actor info, I guess. Actor info, and then what was it? Let me look up like ranged ability, I think was one of the ones that used this function. Yeah, so this needs to be virtual, of course. So this is going to be my can activate ability. Changing it over. Const override, yeah. Just gotta get rid of the parameters here. Yeah, super my can activate ability. There we go. And then let's check melee auto attack ability. It doesn't have one. What about melee special? What was it? Weapon special ability and activate ability if get weapon. Okay. Yeah, just get rid of all of that. Okay, what other abilities do I have? Let me check. Cast ability would be one. That doesn't have, yeah, that doesn't have one. Weapon ability? Okay, that's fine. Okay. Back to the activation processor. My can activate ability. These are just getting like so neat and tidy now, and I think maybe we do all of this. We would just need target, we would need attribute data. I mean, I don't know, might as well just like look it up, right? Might as well look it up. at this point. Yeah, don't even pass in attribute data there. Attribute data equals entity subsystem, get entity data, f entity f attribute entity data for owner entity. Okay, so that way it's super modular. Gameplay tag data. Yeah, I mean, I guess fucking put this in there too. Put it all in there. All in there. This is instigator tags. Okay. I think as long as, okay, so cost and cooldown. No, so we're looking up different pieces of data for each of this. So there's literally no overlap. There's very little overlap here. So I think let's take this and put it over there. And so all we would need is, yeah, I guess we're doing actor info and then like target. What are we building? I'm rewriting Unreal Engine's gameplay ability system into my ECS. And then, yeah, let's just go F targetable. Targetable. My activate ability. Throw that in there. Targetable. Targetable.entity. Okay, so my can activate ability. Target data, or it was activation data dot target data dot target. There we go. Okay. So yeah, that's nice and tight. That is nice and tight now. We will delete can activate ability because we shouldn't be using that anymore anywhere. Let's look up can activate ability in my return can activate abilities BP. Oh god, all the blueprint functionality. Executability. Yeah, a lot of this is we're gonna need to change a lot. So the state tree, we need to change that too for how to execute these things. Actor info. Actor info. Which is really just, we don't even need to pass that in. We're not even going to pass that in because that's going to be looked up anyway as well. So get rid of that. Wow, this is getting, wow, getting rid of the gameplay ability system is just like cleaning things up so well. And I'm here for it. I'm so fucking here for it. My can activate ability. Yeah, so we're going to get rid of that. We're going to get rid of, not that, but the actor info part. Okay. So now in the executability, all we give a shit about is the target, which I guess we're just going to be doing get current target. Yes, C++. This is JetBrains Writer. It is an IDE specifically for Unreal Engine, built by JetBrains, same people who make like IntelliJ. So can't activate ability. I guess I would need to get current target, and I'm not doing that anywhere. Auto ref targets. Yeah, we'll do that. I guess I have to make a copy, which is kind of silly. And I guess I would want to update. I would want to make sure we update location there. I hope, let me look at the instance data. We don't have like no, we don't have the target on here. Denise, thank you for the follow. And La Leana, La Leania. Thank you. Welcome in, or thanks for the subs. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. Okay, so that, check for in range. I guess I manually check the range there. And we're gonna like recheck it. Executability. Yeah, so this will need to change. As matching gameplay tag data. So that's we're just gonna need to change that to gameplay tag data. Entity tag data. Ability system has matching gameplay tag data. So I guess I would want, do I want to rewrite this everywhere, or should I just say, should I have some kind of utility function for this, for like has, like an ad hoc check? I guess I can just do f gameplay tag container, or I can say Google B is like swinging or something like that. Tag entity data. Although this might change considerably. This might change pretty drastically, actually. U entity utils get equipment component or entity subsystem. What else do I need to put in there? Or is the context object? Shit, I don't have a context object. God, I guess I can write another one. How does like pinning? How does pinning work when you're returning it from a function? I would assume when the pin goes out of scope, i.e. when the function returns, it's going to release the weak pointer, right? Maybe I'll just leave it as is. This will just make it tag container. Just say tags. Include, yeah. As tag. I still think this might change considerably, but we'll see. Okay, let's make sure, let's change all other can activate ability. So we just need to change that blueprint one to, so let's just change this can activate ability BP. One blueprint usage, which is in the action bar. Source component, target component. If we're on the ability, can activate ability, we'll just do my can activate ability. And I would just need to pass in the current target. So this gets so much fucking simpler, dude. Honestly, maybe change this to something different called rename this overload. It's not overload. We'll call this can activate against current target. Yes, we want that redirect. Yes. Can activate against current target. And then what we'll do, hopefully this has a owner entity on it. It won't. It won't. Because it's being called from the CDO. So it needs to be, I need the instigator entity. Targetable. Auto target data. Well, no, we don't want to do that. So we'll just go targetable. So yeah, that. So yeah, that. Make sure the location is updated. Check target, targetable. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay. So activate ability, we should change that to my activate ability as well. Which I made a fucking static function for it. Entity ability utils. right? Activate ability from ability class. Yeah, that's a good, like, from ability class, right? Activate ability. Q add entity data. Okay, so this should be like try activate ability, right? We should rename that to try activate ability. And actually, yeah, rename all overloads. Try activate ability. Ned, welcome back. Gonna Ludum Dare based code again. Base code again. Let's try. Nice. Glad to see you at it, bro. Have a great day. Thank you. And thanks for stopping by, Jonathan. I hope you have a great day as well. Okay, so let's try activate ability. So we need the actual, like, activate ability function. Back to my gameplay ability base. Let's make it protected, and then we'll go friend class u ability activation processor. I don't know. Do I need to declare that? I don't know. I'll leave the stream up for the view time. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. So we're going to do my activate ability const. And what do we want in here? My activate ability. I guess I maybe want to... I don't know what I want in here, actually. I don't know. I guess we do want the event data. That's for sure. We want that. We want that. If is active. Why wouldn't it be? I don't know if I need that distinction. Okay, so delete that. Owning ability is this. Oh, because it's const. I'm gonna const cast that motherfucker. We're just gonna const cast that. Yeah. Yeah. Is this efficiency process? I don't exactly know what you're asking, but I am trying to make the gameplay ability system more efficient, if that's what you're asking. This class cancel ability. So now what's we need to make like a my end ability as well. We can't go through any of the old functions, so I'm effectively just gonna like unparent this from gameplay ability, I think. Although I don't want to, because there's like a ton of data on there. Check cooldown. Check cooldown, get cooldown. Where am I using that at? Choose ability, yeah. My check cooldown. Wait, did I not do? Where's the oh, it is on cooldown. Yeah. Yeah. Look how much easier that got. Oh yeah, this is in my decider. My my AI, my NPC logic here. So this gets a lot simpler too. Do I have specific reasons for using C++ instead of other languages? Unreal Engine is in C++, so in game development, the engine decides what language you use. Yeah, there are a lot of game development engines that use C++. It's kind of the standard. Although I say that, but not very many commercial ones do. I think it's just Unreal Engine. But there's probably a lot of studios out there with their own in-house engine, and I bet most of those are C++. Because it is a very efficient language. Okay. So where was I using that? Only in the check cooldown. Okay, so we can delete that. Get cooldown time remaining. I should rewrite that. Get cooldown time remaining. I overrode that. Where am I using that? Do I need that anymore? Cooldown Q calculator. Don't think I need actor info there. So for here, we would want to auto cooldown, what is it? It's like abilities on cooldown data. Return. Abilities on cooldown data. I guess I would need to grab the F cooldown ability data. Okay. If abilities on cooldown data. If auto cooldown data find abilities on cooldown data abilities on cooldown dot find. I should just have like a get time remaining. Get cooldown time remaining. Found cooldown time remaining. Okay. Get cooldown time remaining. Time remaining. Okay. That's just a float. We'll just return that. Otherwise, we can return 0. Do different engines use their own languages, or do most engines support multiple? I mean, there are engines that can support multiple. It just kind of depends on how it like gets compiled and interpreted and everything, right? I'm sure there are some out there that can support multiple. I think there's some kind of interop with Python and Unreal Engine I've seen. I don't know if that's actually like used or whatnot, but do different engines use their own languages? I mean, I think most use an existing language. I think most use C++, but you know, like Godot's out there that has Godot has their own language, but it's like basically just Python. And then there's Game Maker that has its own language as well. So there, I mean, all of the above. The answer is all of the above. There's every combination possible. Okay, so we can remove that cooldown time remaining. And make sure we just use that one. Commit GCD cooldown. Yeah, so I'll want to do a commit for the cooldowns and stuff too. You're the only dev? I mean, it's your own company. Neither. I mean, well, I am the only dev. This is just a free time project. It's just a free time project. Good cooldown gameplay effect. I shouldn't be using that at all anymore. Good ability cooldown effect. How am I using that? Please tell me not. Oh god, it's being used in blueprints. Oh boy. Well, in any case, we should delete that. We shouldn't use that anymore. Apply cooldown and apply cost. We will want to make our own versions of that. My apply cost. My apply cooldown. Yeah, get rid of all of that information. Get rid of all of that information. So this is just, we're just going to go here. We're just going to do something like this. Auto, no, we're going to, oh God. Get resource, or get cost gameplay effect. Because I wrote that, right? But I wanted to make my own. Get cost effect entity. That's what we want. Get cost gameplay effect. We should not use that anymore either. Okay, I don't use that. That's just an internal one. So delete that. Where did I not have that in here? Okay, I guess I didn't. Okay, but we need to get this thing. Cost effect. I'll say cost entity. And then I will need to entity subsystem, create entity, or add entity. Wait, I guess it's create entity? I kind of forgot how to spawn entities. Create entity, cost entity. Let me go, where's the spawner? I create the entity subsystem, create entity, and then I queue add the data. Okay. I need a better function for that. I really do. You add entity data, init data. Yeah, I think I need a, let's create here. So we have create entity. Oh my god, do I have no code coloring here either? Oh, Rider is just like shitting its pants. Oh, there we go. Now it's fine. So let's do void add entity. I'll say what, like add new entity. EU entity subsystem base. Taking in a T array of f instanced struct entity data. So we'll do that. And so we'll go f entity, new entity. Come on, you can do it. mean, basically that, right? And you don't want to create the declaration for me. You know, I get that. I get that you don't want to do things sometimes, but I need you to work for me. We create the entity, and then we're just going to iterate through and add all the entity data. Now, this, like, I need a better way of doing this. I need a better way of, like, adding more data at a time. Because now it's just going to, like, adding a whole list of data just makes it swap archetypes, like, for each piece of data. Why are you mad? Oh no, that was supposed to be my apply cost. Yes. Okay. Why are you mad? Apply cooldown. Comment that out for now, just so I can get a proper. Right, that makes sense. What are you mad at? Cannot bind to our value. Get cost effect. Okay, that needs to be a new value, cost entity. Can I really not cast it to that? Like, that's kind of annoying that I can't. Can I static cast? Can I static cast that? I think I can. And look at the T instance struct. Well, no, I guess I fucking can't. Can I not? Oh man, I can't convert to and fro. They can provide, okay. Without being able to accidentally take a reference to the untyped API to work around the restrictions. Okay, I get that. But like, what if I want to do that? What if I want that? Must be the same. That's annoying. That is annoying. Which would mean I would need to iterate through this and create a new array. Why do I hate quaternions? They're just very difficult to work with. If you've ever done rotational math in game dev, you'll understand what I mean. Black Dragon, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, quaternion, they're not human readable things. Like when you're working with locations, it's a vector, it has an X, Y, and Z. That's human readable. You can understand that. When you're working with Euler angles, you can understand that. Pitch, yaw, and roll, that makes sense. When you're working with quaternions, it's 4 components. X, Y, Z, and W. It does not make sense. When it's not human readable. You can't look at those numbers and interpret what they represent in 3D space. And rotational math is hard enough, even without that. But quaternions are a necessary evil. I just hate them. Because they are difficult to work with. And so even if I got one of these... Get cost effect entity. I kind of want to change this one. I think this should return an F instanced struct. Oh, there was cost gameplay effect. Get that out of here. F instanced struct. Because I'll just know that these are the right type based on the modifier effect. Based on the wait a second. Yeah, it'll just be, it'll be inferred. Yeah. Okay, so that actually just makes it easy there. Okay, now let's do apply cooldown. Which actually I think just gets very easy. Get cooldown time. Yeah, I'll need to rewrite that. We're not going to use a gameplay effect for it anymore. I guess I get why they made cooldowns as a gameplay effect. So that you could modify it. You could modify the cooldown with like effects and whatnot. Apply cooldown. I mean, I guess that just kind of already actually, I don't need this because I already apply it. But I guess the reason, okay, so where is the, go back to the ability activation processor. So here's where we apply the cooldown. Okay, yeah, because the abilities might have arbitrary logic. For how they execute. Okay, apply cooldown. That should now be my apply cooldown. So yeah, it's like the ability kind of should decide when its cooldown should be applied. Because I'm gonna change this to actually. So yeah, the activate. Yeah. Ugh, there's a lot to do here. A lot to do here. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm actually going to restart Rider too while I'm at it. I'm going to go ahead and close that. Let's restart Rider. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. And then BRB. Rider, come back to me. Uh-oh, I think it's installing. I think it's installing a new version right now. Okay, BRB. Let's stand for it. Do some standing. Alrighty. Where was I? Applying cooldown. Yes, so committing the cooldown and cost. Commit, so the GCD. The GCD. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. So anytime an ability is on the GCD, it needs to trigger the GCDs of everything. Should I think about that right now? Let me kick that down the road for a second. Let's look at everything else in this class. Cost gameplay effect. Delete that. We shouldn't have that anymore. Can activate against current targets. Yes. My activate ability. That one. We weren't using that anymore, right? I deleted that. Okay, so we delete that one. Get cost effect entity, check cost. Get resource cost. Here, let's swap the order around here. And then cooldown. My apply cooldown. Get cooldown time. If it uses the GCD cooldown, it'll grab it from the game mode override. As a non-GCD. What is this? Cooldown is valid, and there's a context string to that. And then it just evaluates. Commit GCD cooldown. I mean, do I need a different one for this? Where's this used at? I mean, I should just commit the cool. I don't know, like... Getting the cooldown time has... I wonder if I need a cooldown in there that acts as like a global cooldown, I think. And that should be like on my is on cooldown function should include that. The cooldown ability data. This is used in abilities on cooldown. And there just needs to be a flag. I just need one of these for like a global cooldown, right? So yeah, just do global cooldown here. Ability can be null. Yeah. So we'll just need to, that'll just need to be special. That'll just need to be special. The T set is 96 versus 32. Oh my god, T sets are so big, dude. They're like 3 times the fucking size of an array. Okay, so here's what we'll need to do. We'll need to grab the ability class and then check if it's on. I need to check if it's on the global cooldown, basically. If CDO B is on GCD. And I guess I need to know if this is like valid or not, right? I guess I just need to check if the cooldown time remaining. Well, let's do this. We'll do float GCD time, because it could be on both, right? So we'll need to do CDO get cooldown. Well, I guess just get cooldown time. Well, that's not get remaining time. That's not getting the remaining time. Will be on global cooldown. B is on GCD. Bro, really code manual. Yeah. I enjoy writing code. And I want input on how these things are built. Because it's quite a large application I have here, so AI is just going to make a mess of it if I just use it too much. So if we're on GCD, we need a float for like time remaining. And that is going to be global cooldown time remaining. Yeah, like that. And then we'll do time remaining. And then return time remaining there. I'm making a video game, which is going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI generated quests. And right now I am working on rewriting. It's not Android Studio. That is not the only editor that JetBrains makes. I'm working on my ECS system. Well, I wrote my own ECS, and I'm trying to rewrite the Unreal Engine gameplay ability system into my ECS so that it's more performant. Because right now my biggest bottleneck is combat. I have about 200 entities in combat before it drops to like 20 FPS. So, yeah. But anyways, we have the cooldown time remaining, factoring in global cooldown. Factoring in the global cooldown. So, getting the cooldown time is good. And that is what we initialize it to, right? So if we're on the global cooldown, we use that. Yeah, we just return here. Just return. Okay. So yeah, that should just automatically work, right? That should just automatically work. And then I could probably call get cooldown time remaining as well. But I don't need that yet, so I'm not going to do it. Oh no, I do have one. Yeah, which is why I just call this. So that just kind of forwards it through. Okay. Let's make that blueprint callable. I'm pretty sure we will want that. Pretty sure we will want that in blueprints. Okay, commit GCD cooldown. We don't need that anymore. It's already baked in. Yep, I'm making a game in Unreal Engine using Android Studio. Android Studio is really the only editor that this dude fucking knows about. Probably made like one app. It's like, everything is Android Studio, because that's all I know. Okay, check this is all good. I think I updated all this stuff already. Yeah. Get damage. Okay, calc-based damage. Here we go. This is we're gonna get into the meat and potatoes here. Damage has ability tag. It's not used anywhere. So delete it. Satisfies tag requirements. Good. Then we'll get into cancel and end ability. Let's do end ability real quick. Let's make my own end ability. So what needs to happen on end ability? I don't know. I don't know what needs to happen there. I just know that we don't want to use... I do want was canceled. I don't think any of the other stuff is necessary though. My is active. Yeah, okay. Why are you deleting can't we comment? What do you mean? Why am I deleting the code? Because I don't need it anymore. Why are you saying that you're not implemented? You are. Okay, I spelled it wrong. Oops. Okay, K2 on end ability, give blueprints a chance to react. So I guess these should be my end ability. I am coding while standing, yes. So I want blueprints a chance to be able to implement this. So there should be a U function. Yeah, so this should be a U function, blueprint native event. I should do the same. I should do the same with, that'll need to be implementation. So no more virtual there. Yeah, have a base ability. I should do the same with activate ability as well. Can activate ability. Yeah, we should do that there. Blueprint, native events, blueprint callable. Yeah. Category my gameplay ability base. Okay, so this needs to be an implementation. Are you good, bro? You should be good. Yeah, you're good. Right, or you're just being a little slow today. That's okay. We all have those days. Yeah, the activate and the end really as well. Okay, so my activate ability, implementation. And I'll need to change the caller sites as well. Go back to the ability activation processor probably. Bleh. And we have my can activate ability. My activate ability. Yeah, I guess that is activate probably shouldn't be const. That doesn't really make sense, does it? Moxie! Oh, sorry. God, I just yelled, sorry. My dog was downstairs barking at the window. Incessantly, I might add. Okay, yeah, so that... Yeah, I guess I was like, I'm just gonna const cast this. I didn't need it to be const to begin with. Oh, Moxie, come here. Come here. Could you make The Last of Us Part 3 in 3 days? No. I'm a beginner. What should I learn first? I have done doing C and W3 schools. You should just come up. I mean, you need to figure out how you learn best. Oh, and the trigger event data. Can't have that in a blueprint, can I? Okay. Yeah, can't have that. Yeah, you need to figure out how you learn best, basically. You gotta learn about yourself. I can't tell you, like, I'm not a teacher, right? I don't have a course for you. And it all depends on what your goals are, right? Like, how do you learn best, and how are you going to use that to reach whatever goals you have? So I don't know what your goals are. I don't know what you're trying to do, so I can't tell you what you should learn next. And if you don't have a goal, that's what you should figure out. Okay, my end ability. Okay, so that's happening. I don't know. This doesn't need to happen from within there. I need to make the ability utils one. Try end ability. Context object. The ability class. I wouldn't need the level. I wouldn't need the target. I wouldn't need the payload. We would want pool B cancel though. Should I end it by class, or do I need an instance of it? If I wanted to make $1 million in a year, what should I do? Yeah, if I had the answer to that, I wouldn't be answering your questions right now. Just go download $1 million. Just use AI. Just use AI. Trying to make $1 million, just use AI. There you go. I'm gonna say what everyone comes in here and says. Bro, just use AI. Like, they come in like a, it's so funny. Like, who are these like AI shills that are just like, dude, they're like getting upset that I'm doing something manually. Some guy just came in here and he just said, ChatGPT. Like that's all he said. That's all he said. Like, I know what he meant. He meant like, just use AI. That's what he meant. But he couldn't even get that entire sentence out. But anyways, yeah, should I be canceling the subclass? I think I probably want the actual ability, right? This is just hobby. This is just hobby stuff. Cancel data. I guess I'm canceling by class here. So I guess I'm just operating under the assumption that there's only ever going to be one ability per class. Oh, Croc, what a joke. Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh. Like, it doesn't matter how good Grok gets. You know what I mean? Like, Elon Musk has just proved that that is just a propaganda mission. Like, he's just fucking... he is just... those poor developers working on it. Right? Those poor developers working on it who, like, really want to make something that they're proud of, but they can't be because everyone... Because Elon literally like puts propaganda into it. So such a weird move. Such a weird move. Yeah, so try end ability, cancel Yeah, so I want, like, this should be called try end ability, or end ability data. And it needs a Boolean for cancel. Can be canceled. Yeah, that's not gonna happen here. Cancel data. All that. End. Oh shit. End data. You add entity data. Okay, apologies. We're here. We're here. Okay, but let's take this. Return, try end ability. There we go. That. Yes, that. Thank you. Turn false there. Free. Okay. Okay. That's good for the try end ability. But for the actual end ability, so we want to move that out of here. So if we are calling, we should not call this end ability unless it is from within the friend class. Same with the activate, which we have marked as protected, so we're good there. And then this is just like an event, and we don't need to give blueprints a chance to react because they already can, because it's a blueprint native event. So yeah. Okay, get linked animation instance. I suppose I need to get the avatar data, the avatar. Okay, so we're gonna do if there is no avatar data, return null pointer, and then we're gonna go auto pin equals actor representation, pin it, and then from the pin, I think we can pin dot get component by class, view skeletal mesh component. Okay. Okay. This is feeling so much cleaner. Now the cancel and end, I think we just delete those. Like those do nothing for me now. My is active. I need to know if this is active or not. And I suppose I would put is active equals true once it gets activated or something. Do you know how to make a C++ function that when exposed to blueprints can receive a wildcard input type, spring, float, int, bool? Yeah, so you need to use thunks. You need to use custom thunks. So I would give that a Google or toss that into AI. Say like, hey, give me a blueprint function with a custom thunk that you know, accepts a wildcard parameter. But there's examples in the engine of that. So just find a blueprint node that does that, that's built in, and then you can go to the source code for it. And essentially what they do is like they define a function, but then replace the innards with like a macro, basically. But it's a lot easier explained by Google or AI than me right now. Return B is active. For instance per owner abilities. Thanks, man. Yep. No worries. No problem. I guess I kind of do want like a cancel or end on here, just as a convenience function. Then do I use this anywhere with cancel set to true? I fucking do. Jesus Christ. Okay. I mean, I guess I just do that. Okay. But yeah, we can keep those around, I suppose. We can keep those ones around. My end ability is what actually responds to it, though. So I'm going to say B is active equals false. I don't know if I need this anymore, but I'm going to keep it around just in case. And I have no... This probably will not work either. B is active equals true. Yeah. Actually, should I return a Boolean from here for whether it activated successfully? I kind of think that that might be nice. Yeah, let's do that, actually. Let's return a Boolean here for whether it... Then I can maybe potentially not add it in my activation processor. So, bool activated successfully. Give me one moment. Okay. And we're back. Yeah, so we definitely want to remove the activated data, but we don't want to do the rest of this if it wasn't successfully activated. So I guess we'll just inline that actually. Inactivate ability, activate it, and then there's some like, I don't know. I mean, I guess like why would activate ability need to do things, you know? It should maybe just be in can activate ability. I don't know. We'll leave this open, so just in case I want to do that. But maybe I don't actually want to. This is where we'll set like B is active. Honestly, if it's active, I should probably just check in the activated abilities. That should probably be the source of truth, but I'm going to keep this around because I know I have some existing things that key off of that. So our cooldown and apply cost, that should just be in activate ability. Apply cost, apply cooldown. I can make a commit, do a void commit ability, and that will do both apply cooldown and apply cost. That's just an ease of use function. Okay, damage. So this is how are we going to handle damage? It's just, I guess, another attribute, but I will need a damage processor that looks for the damage attribute. And I think that's going to be a special one because it needs to run like some equations and stuff like that. So in the, let's look at ability system component. My ability system component. Yes, we're gonna look in here. And there's a function I have in here for like calculating damage. Here we go. Yeah. So yeah, here's where my like damage equation happens. Oh, when applying the ability modifier effects, yeah. So that'll need to be a piece of data too, ability modifier effects. And that's pretty much already in like a composition over inheritance way for the most part. Yeah, spell power, attack power. And then the ability has a chance, it has a chance to respond to damage scaling, which is good for now. But I guess what we'll need to do is we just need this like applied damage effect to component. I need to figure out just the effect application of damage. And I guess each damage has like tags and stuff. So damage, I guess, is just an attribute modifier for damage. Plus like an F gameplay tag or something that like describes it. So making a damage spec, make damage spec handle. What did I do here? Oh, and then there's probably like a min and max damage and stuff too. So here's where I hook into the calculate damage, yeah. Make outgoing spec from ability. So yeah, I think I need, for damage, I need min max. I think I should just make a F damage effect data. Why did I not know about this? Now I'm behind and lost. It's okay. I'll be here every day. You have time to catch up. So it's like either I can just like kind of handle damage generically with like an attribute mod and then just key off that attribute mod off of the attribute enum thing that I created. Or I can just make a specific piece of damage data. That's a little bit more explicit. And so if all effects are going to be entities, the damage effect I don't think I can use a damage attribute on... I don't think I can use a damage attribute, actually. Because it's like a transient value. It's just not going to work the same way. Let me look at the uh-oh. The post gameplay effect execute. Yes, I think yeah, I think we just create a damage effect data, a piece of damage effect data. Damage effect data. I think that's what we should do. And then this would have, like, there's going to be an entity, and the entity can have damage on it. It can have a target on it. You can have a source on it. It can have like a gameplay tags thing on it. It could have like a duration. What would a damage plus duration be? I don't know if that would do anything actually. It would have to be periodic, would be the only sensical one, right? You could have periodic on it. That would need to be handled specifically. So I think maybe just damage effect, all that has on it is float, min damage, max damage. Let's create some constructors there. Okay, so we would need to add that here. F damage, effect data, and then I'll need a little one of these guys. Oh, and this needs to stand from entity effect data. There we go. Yeah, we need to make sure we do that. And I think that handles the, yeah, so that'll handle the that, okay.
Min damage, max damage. Yeah, so we'll just roll the dice there on that. I guess damage effect data, I may need to know if it's a crit as I pass it along. So that might just be a value I keep on there. Okay, so apply data. So this is just going to be the calculate. So let's make a processor. Let's make a processor. This is going to be my processor. This should be damage processor. Yeah, just damage processor. Custom dunk worked beautifully. Nice. Yeah, that can be super useful. Kind of a pain to set up, but once it's set up, it's nice. Okay, the damage processor query with all. So we want F damage effect data. Anything with damage effect data, and then I'll say with none F periodic data, which does not exist yet. With optional, we'll have a bunch of optional ones. F gameplay, tag data, entity data for each. Damage processor, process entities, effect entity. It will need a target. Otherwise, what are we doing here? You know? Otherwise, what are we doing here? F, so con, well, no, yeah, I don't know if we need const or not. Okay, so target data, effect data. With optional, we'll do const F gameplay tag entity data. And I guess I need a source data maybe too. Yeah, we need source data. Because I'll need to look up the... I'll need to look some stuff up for the calculation. Yeah. The subscribe, so I'll catch you in another one of your lives tomorrow. It's already 9 p.m. on the side. Well, thank you for the sub, and thank you for stopping by, my dude. Have a good night. Target entity data. All right, let's make a source entity data. I mean, that's kind of, do I put that in gameplay? Like, target entity data is here. No, I think I should. It's kind of distinct. It's kind of bespoke. It's kind of bespoke. Okay. Source entity data. I guess this is specifically entity data, entity effect data. And actually, target data needs to be that as well. Or else it won't be able to be added to... Also, it won't be able to be added. So that's literally all we need to do. all we need to do there. So let's make sure we add that. Source entity data. Yeah, so we need all that. Okay. Actually, I could do with optional for the periodic data and then just like check if the period amount is up, and if not, skip it. So, I mean, we'll do that. We'll get there when we get there. We'll get there when we get there. Yeah. So at the end of this, Q, we'll go subsystem, which let's capture this. Q add entity data or no, we're gonna remove, we're gonna like this entity we need to remove the entity altogether. Are you not public? Yeah, that should be a queue. We should queue that, actually. Yeah, so we were right to not do it. Yeah, queue destroy entity. Do I actually have that code? Yeah, it does just call destroy entity. Okay, so yeah, we just needed that queue. Queue destroy entity at the end. Okay, so here's what we'll do, where we will do the calculations, right? So first of all, we need float, RNG. Well, where do I do this currently? I know I do calculate damage. Don't I have, I think I have some calculations here. Damage execution calculation, yeah. Get ability crit chance. Yeah, so I can probably, yeah, we'll copy all of this here. Or maybe I just rewrite this into a friendly way. So we need the RNG crit. Apply ability modifier effects. Yeah, that's going to be a gnarly one to rewrite. Get ability crit chance. Get melee crit chance. I need to get the, we need the source. So we need to grab like auto source attribute data for like crit chance and stuff. Target attribute data. And I guess I kind of want two functions here. One for like deal damage and take damage. So I need one on both sides. I think I need one on both sides. to take in all of the ability modifiers, which I think would just be deal damage, and I think we would just want... Would we want to take into account target attributes there? I guess we would just for applying the ability side effects. Asset tags. Man, I guess this is all source information, right? And the base damage is an RNG roll. And the spec has like whether or not it's a crit, right? Or it should already at this point. Yeah, it should already at this. So I think I need to combine this right here with the execution calculation, which kind of does the RNG rolls for written stuff like that. So this is just, let's just do like calc source damage. And this is going to take in, yeah, of course, the damage effect data. And maybe this returns float. But I need to return both if it's a float or a crit. I do T pair of float bool. And do I apply the crit damage here? I do apply the crit damage. The damage effect data, then we also want source attributes. I could have a scenario where it's like increases crit chance against certain targets, right? So then I would want the target information potentially. Do I handle anything like that right now? I don't think I do. Well, I apply the ability modifier effects, which requires the target component. Let me copy. I'm going to copy pasta. All of that in there. We're just going to slowly get this down here. Get ability crit chance. Which we just need to check the gameplay tags. Gameplay tag entity data, source damage. This is just damage effect tag data. And so this get ability crit chance, we're really just checking and then getting the, okay, so we would want to go U damage processor, get ability chance, where we would take in the const U gameplay tag entity data. Wait, or no, F gameplay tag entity data, the damage effect tag data, and the const f attribute entity data source attribute data asset tags. We'll go damage effect tags, if damage effect tag data, and damage effect tags equals damage effect tag data tags. Good. Or in declaration and statement. No, we're using that outside. No. Damage effect tags has tag. Yeah, import effect type tags, and then we want the source attribute data. So if we want what is this now? Attributes. Okay, so we can just grab source attribute data, attributes. Wait, what am I? Let's put a function on there. Makes it a little easier to work with. Get attribute value for attribute. Yeah, that's exactly what I want actually. Get attribute value for attribute. And I guess I want a specific one for melee crit chance. So if I don't have that already, I should add it. Yeah, so let's go melee crit chance. Melee crit damage, spell crit chance, spell crit damage. Okay. Attack power, spell power will need to be one as well. Get attribute value. Melee crit chance. Should these just be tags instead? Should the attribute IDs just be tags instead? Then I could just find them quite easily. How big? I mean, this is so tiny. It's because it's a fucking map. Ugh. And what's a gameplay tag? F gameplay tag. 12. Yeah, that's that is larger than the uint 8 for sure. Because what is a uint 8? Well, yeah, that makes sense. So I mean, it's not that much bigger. Not that much bigger. Anyways, we have our get ability crit chance. So get ability crit chance. There we go. Yeah, probably. Well, I'll probably want to keep that generic function, but probably move it to a different place. Probably move that into a different place. Yeah, that's going to need a complete rework. So we're just going to leave that as unresolved for now. RNG crit, we roll that if B is crit. Just stick that around. Keep that. I stick that around. Keep that around. And so source damage, here's where I need to roll the damage. RNG damage equals Does this already check if they're equal? No, it doesn't. Let's just set it equal to min damage. I want to, because like there could be some abilities that deal static damage, so. If they're not equal, then we can do the damage roll. RNG damage. I'll set it equal to, yeah, do that precisely. The source damage is now the RNG damage. Get ability crit modifier, so we'll need to find out what made that tick. Where is that? Very similar function to the crit chance. So I think we just want to do the same thing, but do melee. Copy over the. Copy that over. Copy that. Roger, roger. Create the declaration. It can be static. Attribute value. So now we want melee crit damage attribute, and then spell crit damage, and then that way our attributes can modify those crit chances and stuff like that. And so this is a crit modifier. So get ability crit modifier, very similar. Pass that in. RNG damage, we multiplied it. Set by caller. Source damage, we're setting it again. So it's really just the RNG damage. And then at the end, in return, I think we can just return, I think we can do that. Return the pair. And so we can go calc source damage. Maybe we'll change the name of that. Can that be static? That should probably be static, although it doesn't understand that it can be. Because there's some unresolved thingos in there. Oh, and I don't write static there, duh. So here will be damage, and B is crit. Make that a bit clearer by calling it damage effect data. Okay. So yeah, this is all well and good. I just need to rework my ability modifier effects. And this was my solution to talents. This is my talent system. And I guess we were passing in target component there so that they could respond to that. So this will probably need to take in target attributes and target tags. And I probably need source tags as well. I think a combination of gameplay tags and attributes gives me everything that I need to do ability side effects and modifiers. And then I guess I can take off the B is crit. We just want the min and max damage passed in. And so the base crit chance, this is a calc crit chance. Yeah, so we still want that tag there just for the scenario, the ability scenario. That way talents can respond to say, hey, this damage is for, oh, a source ability. I need a source ability. That's what I need. I need a source ability as well. My gameplay ability base. How big is a T object pointer? 24. So it's 8. A T object pointer is 8, and then a T subclass of hello? 24. It's the same size. Same. The source ability and the subclass of, they're the same size. I guess they're both pointers to something, right? One's a class, one's an instance. One's an instance. But yeah, I guess I do need the source ability, which usually would be on the spec. Yeah, and I maybe do want some struct that is an encapsulation of the information here. That would just live during the lifetime of a damage event. Just to have something nice to package it up and send to all my ability modifiers. And that's what source ability would need to be on. But how would I apply something like environmental damage? Maybe that's what tags are for. Maybe that's what tags are for. I guess I'm questioning, do I put source ability on here or not? Do I put source ability on there? Or should that be just another... Should that just be a component on the entity, the damage entity? Yeah, I think having it, yeah, I think you want the source ability because other effects could want that too, right? So I think we need to create a source ability effect data. Or like maybe we create an F effect context data. And that's, maybe we change our source entity data to that. I think let's do that actually. So refactor this source. Now we're going to call this effect context data. Source entity. View property, we'll do T weak object pointer damage type. No, we want T weak object pointer. You my gameplay ability base for declare it. Source ability. Yeah, I don't know if we would need any other information there. Yeah, rename that to effect context. And then we can pass that along. So target attribute data, target tag data. Is there anything else I would want? Excellent nap stream? Hell yeah. I'm like a little Saturday nap, a little nappy poo. Happy to be the best background noise I can. We're doing damage calculations now. I do like that this is becoming very consolidated, because before my damage calculations were a little bit all over the place. I'm just trying to think of like how I would want to package all this information up, or if I would want to. I could put it in like some damage event data, but I don't know if that's like I would have to like move temp and stuff on here, which I don't want to do. So maybe we'll just have a ton of fucking parameters. Maybe we'll just have a bunch of fucking parameters. So I'm going to do like calc source damage. And then I suppose I need to do this as well. I mean, maybe it just all goes in that. Hang on, let's just do this. So calculate damage. Where was that called from? From when I make the damage effect spec. But that should be... Base damage should already be... Where am I using this from? It's all in content, yeah. But I have to boot up the engine to see. Am I compiling? I could I think what I do is I think I run the RNG in the abilities. Oh, I do calc base damage on the ability. Ooh, right. That does the RNG. The abilities themselves have some say. Right. They do have some say. I'm glad I looked at that. I would have missed that. The abilities themselves have some say as to what damage they deal. Beyond just min and max damage. For most of the time it is just min and max damage. Okay. Effect context. Called effect context. No need for the formalities here. We're all friends, right? Effect context. Float base damage equals effect context. Well, we'll set that to 0 and then say if effect context source ability is, let's end that. Ability equals, and we'll say base damage equals ability, no, not that, calc base damage. There we go. And that runs the RNG. And then that way whether or not it's RNG'd or not can be up to the abilities. Jack 2X code, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Okay, so that was an important discovery. And then effect context data. So yeah, we're going to need... What information do I use off the spec here? Yeah, I guess these are all in blueprints. Yeah, I forgot. Now, I do want to keep it that way. But we will need to change some of these parameters. I do want to... We should get the... What are you saying to me? Go away. We should get these up and running, though. Chance modifiers. Let's do this. Just comment everything out now. Total crit chance. Wait. Were we not using that at all? I wasn't even using total crit chance. Oh my god. Did you guys see that? There was a literal bug on crit chance. It never actually increased my crit chance. That's crazy. Okay. Can we compile? Is this compiling or are there boo-boos still? I would like to take a peek at the ability modifier system now. There's going to be a lot to compile here, probably. 64 actions. Yeah, that's a good amount. That's a good amount. Oh, I overrode that, didn't I? Okay, so we're gonna have to call that my commit ability. I accidentally overloaded that. Cast ability, yes. Ooh, I never like went through these guys. Commit to GCD cooldown. Apply cooldown. My apply cooldown. Okay, ability and MQ. Let's just do a quick audit on these guys. Activate ability. Yeah, you need to be my activate ability, which should be virtual override. And then that just gets, did we only do trigger event data? I forget. That should be bool. It is indeed only trigger event data, and it needs to be the implementation version. So yeah, there's a lot I need to rewrite before I can build here. Instigator ability system component. I shouldn't use that anywhere. I should not use that anywhere, so delete that. Oh god. Now I'm going to keep it around because of blueprints. I'll delete it from over in here though. I will delete it from in here. So that blueprints can, okay, yeah, delete that because that should happen automatic. Well, we do want to call these super my activate ability here. Why are you mad? Oh, it's not a const pointer, yeah. There we go. Are you happy now? Because it's return. Okay, we'll just return true. Oh, right. Then we have all the abilities being added and removed and whatnot. Yeah, the cast ability has some very specific things happening. Yeah, the region mana stuff. We're just going to comment that out for now. Current actor info. Skeletal mesh component, yeah. I need a function for getting the virtual view skeletal mesh component. Okay, so get skeletal mesh component. So we're gonna the gas rewrite? Oh yeah, oh yeah. We're gonna be here for a hot minute. We're gonna be here for a hot minute. Okay, so let's go back to the cast ability here, and then we can get skeletal mesh components. So we'll go auto, skelly mesh. And no, get skeletal mesh components. Yes. Mesh. If no. If skelly mesh. Yes, do the thing, do that. Yes, okay. Okay, so that's fixed. Stop move velocity. Does that work? We still have the whole loose gameplay tag thing. I mean, I guess if we have... I store a pointer to the gameplay tags on the ability. Equals entity subsystem. Get entity data, F gameplay tag entity data, or owner entity. So instigator tag. I mean, why don't I just remove tag? Okay. So instigator tags is there. Okay, so the gameplay tasks, those are that's gonna be a whole fucking thing too. I think for now I can just keep them on timers. I can just keep them on timers for now. Yeah, I feel like this does need like a point, you know, maintaining a pointer here. Let's do this. We're gonna hang on to instigator tags here. Go F gameplay tag container instigator tags. Make that a pointer. Should I just make that a pointer or just default it? Let's just default it to empty. Instigator tags. Auto instigator tag data, and it'll say if. Yeah, do that. And that way, instigator tags. Well, no, I can't. I have to. It has to be a pointer. I'm dumb. Why did I think it couldn't be a pointer? We need it to be a pointer to the original tag container. Should I just make an add tag function? This is fine. Okay, in combat effect. So that's probably going to need to be, yeah, that's going to need to be its own entity, right? I mean, it'll probably just, it's a piece of entity data, right? F in combat entity data. Because if effects are entities, I wouldn't want an entity to just exist around because there's an in combat, you know. Emit ability. So we're gonna go my emit ability right here. Replace that. Remove the loose gameplay tag. So I'll just say if instigator tags. Remove that. Okay. But then what do I do about this in combat thing? I don't know if I'm ready to... Am I ready to just like... Yeah, I guess it would be nice to key off of entities that are in combat. In and out of combat. Still need a job. Well, I still don't have a job for you. I'm sorry. In combat effect. Yeah, I mean, let's just like add in combat, I suppose. We'll just add an in combat data. F add. Or is that, should that just be a tag? Well, no, because I wanted the in combat data to drop off after a certain amount of time. So for that reason, it's kind of just like a... I mean, it would be like it would be an effect with the duration on it that just applies a tag, right? Yeah. So this would instead be entity subsystem, add new entity. And then we do go T-array f instance struct in combat entity. Well, I guess maybe I should make a ability utils for this that returns it. I mean, I should probably have a better like lookup table for it or something. Okay, I'm gonna change this to... Maybe I should put it on game mode. My project game mode. Yeah, I should put... Weapon, yeah, so I have like, yeah, game settings. So I could have a game, yeah, let's do this. uProperty, edit anywhere, blueprint, read only, game settings. So this is gonna be a T-array. This does need to be a T instanced struct of f entity effect data. And I guess the gameplay... Yeah, and I guess the gameplay tag data would maybe need to be entity effect data. Yeah, but I don't know still if I want to do something like activation owned. Like I still need like applied and blocked tags and whatnot. I still need a distinction between all of that. What was I doing in the activation processor? I guess, yeah, I moved it in here. Satisfied tag requirements, instigator tags, activation blocked tags. Okay, right. So this is just like all... I kind of need this same concept, but on a gameplay effect. Hello, it's Unity? No, Unreal Engine. But hello. And I've just kind of been reusing the... Well, I guess I'll continue to reuse it for now, just to plow ahead. We'll change that in the future, though. So back to game mode. In combat effect. But then let's make a function. Get combat effect entity so I can add it nicely, which will just return a T-array f instanced struct. I need to gas rewrite my player controller, but I don't wanna. You mean use gas in your player controller? Does that work? Can I cast T instanced struct to struct somehow? I mean, I guess I could just create another one, right? Yeah, because it doesn't really matter, does it? Can I do that? Is that valid? Let's act like that's valid. Let's act like that works. We'll figure it out if it doesn't. Then that way I can just return this bad boy. Okay. And then I want, where the hell was I? Oh, I was in the cast ability. I wanted to add a new entity. I needed the game mode, so I want to auto game equals get world, get off game mode. There we go. And I'll fill that out later. I will fill out whatever the combat entity is later. I should probably check if this is empty here. If entity data dot is empty, let's just return there because I don't want to add something that's not valid. I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. There you go, Jonathan's got me. Can I pin multiple comments? Let me try. Oh no, I have to replace. Oh, God, I wish I could have like 2. I would settle for 2 pinned messages. It's like, what do I want to answer what the game is, or do I want to answer what programming language and IDE this is? Gotta pick your lane, I guess. Anyways, let's keep plowing ahead here. Yeah, the gameplay tasks are straight up not going to work. They are straight up not going to work. So yeah, everything's gonna be broken. We are overriding committability. This needs to be my committability. What the hell did I just do? Does I don't think it returns a I don't think we actually return anything. My apply cost. My commit ability. Okay. I think this, ooh, check cost, yeah. Check. This needs to be my check cost. Were you a game dev before making this? No. No, I was not. Still, I'm not. Well, I'm not getting paid to make games. I'll say that. Cast ability event received. Didn't I make a commit ability? Is it not virtual then? Oh, I'm on the wrong class. That would, it's not virtual. Here we go. End ability. My end ability. is also not virtual. It needs to be. Well, no, this needs to be the implementato. Yeah. My end ability implementation. Here we go. Removing tags. Oh, and there's a wait for regen mana effect class. Okay, so let's copy that. Wait for regen mana effect entity. T array of the instanced struct f effect entity data. I really need to type def that. F entity effect. F effect entity. I guess I can put it at the bottom. It doesn't really matter, so I'll have to forward declare that now. F effect entity. Can they be blueprintable if it's type deft? No, it can't. Bro. You can't type. Oh, I hate that so much. Can you make blueprintable type defs? It's like possible, but it's super pain in the ass is what I'm reading. I could just make a wrapper struct for it. Entity effect data. Let's just make it Unreal. Let's make a file. Effect entity dot h. Pragma once. Use struct. Struct f effect entity include effect entity not generated. Yes. So this is going to be a T array of T instanced struct of type entity. Instance struct f entity effect data. Okay, we can use that, which is going to be kind of annoying because now I'll have to like. We're going to do that. Yes, include it. And I'll also need to do that. This guy. And then you're mad because it's not blueprintable. There we go. Are you fine now? You should be. Why are you mad? F entity, F effect entity. You're fine. You are fine. There is no chance that you're not fine. What? Why are you not fine? You're blueprintable. What? What? There's no way that's not the case. No shot. No shot. Rebuild. Why are you not, duration effect data? Yeah, you don't have a, you need to be a, F entity effect data. Oh, it can't be wrapped? That's fine. I think that's good. Oh, I can't activate ability. This takes in targetable now. Which would also need to be implementation. My commit or my apply cooldown. Okay, that one's all well and good. Okay, I will be needing to get off here. This is probably the last thing I'm gonna do. I feel like I made some really good progress today, though. I got a lot done. It's 6 hours. I would fucking hope so. Okay, we can't do this. We can't do that. So that answers that question. I can't activate ability, implementation, const, F targetable, targetable. Okay, I got a lot of boo-boos. Yeah. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. You did so much. Thank you. And welcome in, Unreal Andy. I never said hello. Hello. Who is your PFP? I have no idea what that means. Okay, I gotta hop off though, so I'm gonna find someone to send you guys over to. Who's streaming right now? Vino streaming? TV streaming? We go over to, are we wanting to stick with Unreal Engine? Or are we going to Cavino, over to Godot Land? Cavino, I don't have anyone on YouTube really, so maybe we favor Stevie today. Oh, she's being right back. Well, I think a lot of you are gonna end up lurking there anyway. So I'm sending you guys over there. And that's gonna be it for me today. So thanks everyone for hanging out with me. It was a good stream. I feel like I ironed out a lot. I got a lot of what was in my head onto paper, and I just need to like fix everything now. Like I think it's gonna come together nicely. I think we're good. I was struggling a little bit last stream with like just how to replace gas, and I was hitting a lot of issues, and I'm like, you know what? We're taking gas completely out of the equation now. We're just kind of reusing some of the concepts. So and it's going a lot easier. There's a lot to change, but it's going a lot easier now. So more on that tomorrow. Yeah, thanks everyone.